Hello everyone, this is Tormuse, and today I'm picking up where I left off in Doki Doki Club meetings, the mod for Doki Doki Literature Club. We're going into episode 43 here. Yeah, the 7th episode of the 4th season. Waiting for Stream Elements to pop in and say, there we go. Thanks, Stream Elements. I guess I'll start by rambling a little bit because I just want to I'm anticipating that the ad break is going to start in the first 5 minutes, so I'm just going to ramble through that. Let me just exit Discord here. Boink. There we go. I'll just start by going through this. The usual splash messages, I'm expecting them to be the same. And crazy, Dev is here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? 10 seconds of ads surveyed, and we're back. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and then there's the... and Gwen Silver Knight is here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? I'm just clicking through the opening splash messages here. I'm expecting this to be the same as usual. Yeah, please consult the readme.text containing the .mat for more information. By playing DTC on episode 43, you agree you've completed the Doki Doki Literature Club, etc., etc. I agree. And speaking of splash messages, she still owed something she gave but never got back? Who could she be referring to in this case? Who is the she? She's owed something. Is it referring to Monika, or could it be referring to somebody else? I mean, this is ostensibly Monika's season. But yeah, we last left off. Monika decided to take on a new roommate, namely Ryan, the guy who was rendered homeless by the system, by the fact that he aged out of the orphanage and various government problems are trying to pass the buck, and government programs are passing the buck and saying, "Oh, it's not our responsibility; it's their responsibility," and both of them are pointing fingers at each other, and nothing is getting done. And he's sleeping on a bench, and it's been building this whole sense of, oh, what if something like romantic happens between Monika and Ryan? And I don't know. It seems to be what the mod is building towards, or at least what friends of Monika, certainly Sayori most openly is trying to address Monika and say, hey, well, maybe something could happen. And there are indicators that Natsuki is pulling some strings here. Fuyuki also was trying to, put the idea in her head. There could be something there. It's like, but it comes back to what I've said before. I'll say it again. I am not sure what Monika's motivations are in this mod, on a general fundamental level. She's there's an ad break coming up in 2 minutes and 9 seconds. I'm just gonna ramble a bit through the ad break. But yeah, my cast remains on for the next 3 days. By the way, it's coming off soon. Coming off on Christmas Eve. So until then, I'm just gonna continue stretching it and elevating it and stuff and moving it around, so hopefully that's not distracting or anything. It remains a real nuisance. I hope that when the cast comes off, I just hope that the bone isn't sore anymore, as it was when they changed cast at the 3 week mark. Let's hope. Anyway, I mean, Dev made the comment in the previous stream that they know they're doing it right if people are questioning, hey, why is Monika doing this different thing? Why is she doing things differently here? I am suspicious. Which, fair enough. yeah, like what are Monika's motivations? I mean, she like openly acknowledges that her obsession with the player is irrational, but she, quote unquote, loves them anyway. Um, and she's kind of done that since season one, and it's like the other members of the club have repeatedly sort of exchanged worried looks with each other whenever she makes comments about her love of the player, like I mean, particularly this season anyway. Uh, like it there does seem to be like a concerted effort from other club members to motivate Monika to engage more with characters in the simulation. Monika ate tilapia for dinner. This CP. How does this fit into a grand design? Yeah, exactly. Uh, yeah, um, yeah, there's certainly a sense that they want to encourage you to engage more with characters in the simulation, not just where as far as Ryan's concerned, but as far as like starting up the fencing club, for instance, and basically trying to encourage her to make herself more at home in their simulated world, and not worry so much about the real world. Like how much does Monika really engage with that, and what are her reasons for it? Are unclear. Like on her quote unquote date with the player a few episodes back, and then her crash out afterward, she admitted that she didn't feel as strongly about it as she expected to, and was like feeling distraught about that. Like I don't know, like maybe maybe in her mind, yeah, the ad breaks in progress. I can keep 3 minutes of ads go. Yeah, exactly. Um, like maybe in her mind, there could be some measure of like conflicting feelings about like maybe she's like falling out of love with the player, or is realizing that interactions with the player aren't as fulfilling as she thought or hoped they would be, and she's trying to find alternatives and maybe feeling guilty about that. Maybe in her mind it feels like failure to admit that she's good time to talk about dog. Be right back. Fair enough. I've got 2 more minutes before it says ad break ends, and then I'll restart the thing, the mod. But no, what I'm trying to say is like there could be some conflicting feelings in her, like feeling like she's failed if she gives up on the player. Um, there's that like the whole sunken cost fallacy. Like she doesn't want to admit that she isn't as attached to them as before. Or again, unfathomable motivations. Maybe her motivations are just completely different in Alien, because who the heck knows? Because like I keep falling back on the mid season 2 event when Sayori had her blow up, and Monika ran out of the room crying, and then in the earlier season 4 episode, she admitted, like not in this stream series. I didn't ask the right question. I watched a code stream of season 4, and he reloaded and asked all the other questions of Monika, and you can get more information about her schemes, and she admits that she wasn't as troubled by Sayori's blow up as she pretended to be. And it was just a scheme. It was an act of manipulation, because she wanted the student council to step in and like I don't know, like her again, her motivations are unfathomable. Like okay, like how do I put this? It's like, okay, Ad break's finished. Yay. Okay, I want to finish what I was saying before I move on, because it's like there are a number of tropes like from tvtropes.org, like there's the Batman gambit, which is like you arrange the situation so that no matter what happens you win, because like that's Batman's whole thing. As long as he has the time to prepare, he wins. And then there's a step beyond that. There's the Xanatos Gambit, which is I gather is a reference to 80, I think this was the 80s or 90s. I guess it would have been the 90s. The 90s cartoon Gargoyles, which I never watched, but apparently there's a character named Xanatos in that who is really adept at getting his enemies to do his own work for him. Like by tricking or manipulating them into doing it, and that's the Xanatos Gambit, like tricking your enemies to do your work for you. And then the step beyond that, there's Xanatos Roulette, which is like your whole plan hinges on things that you have no control over, and that's the thing that troubles me about the second season thing is Monika's scheme. It feels like a total Xanatos Roulette. It's like her whole plan hinged on things that she had no control over. I mean, maybe there's other welcome back. Maybe there's other stuff, either other stuff going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, or maybe she had backup plans that we don't know about. Who the heck knows? But again, it's that's a recurring question. Who the heck knows? But it just like her whole plan again it hinged on things that she could not have prepared for. Like she could not have known that they were going to assign Miss Ida as the the advisor that had to watch over the club, and she couldn't have predicted that Miss Ida would find out about the whole nature of the super reality. And I mean, like the way that whole thing played out, and the game breaking, and Miss Ida almost dying, and then having to be reconstituted. Like these are things that Monika couldn't have known was going to happen, or could not have planned for, and it worked out in her favor. But it's like what does it say about Monika's planning here? What does it say about Monika's motivations, that she's willing to risk all these terrible things happening? And Sayori Rabbit's here. Welcome to you. How's it going? Still bringing the cast? Yeah, for 3 more days. It comes off on December 24th. Christmas Eve. That's the plan anyway. I mean, once the cast's off, who knows? I mean, it could, like, the way the specialist in the hospital laid it out is basically like it's just a repeated process every few weeks. Do an X-ray, see how it's doing, and assess whether the cast needs whether they need to put a new cast on or not. And Q's here. Welcome to you. How's it going? Hey chat. Apologies for not saying anything until after you raised yesterday. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good. I figured that's what happened. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah. If you get what I'm saying though, it just throws the question of what are Monika's motivations into total chaos, because of the ridiculous lengths that she's apparently willing to go, and the ridiculous amounts that she's apparently willing to risk in order to get or to reach her goals, whatever they are. Her goals remain unclear, so when it comes to Ryan, what are her motivations here? We don't know a heck of a lot about Ryan. We've only seen him for a few scenes out of the past few episodes, but I mean, we know the backstory that his parents died in a car crash. He's been in and out of the orphanage system, and we know some details of his character from interactions. Like he doesn't want to be a burden to anyone. Like he really doesn't want to be a burden to anyone. on a level where he would rather um, sleep on a bench than risk anything happening to his friends. Um, but as to like whether he's a good fit for like pairing with Monika, it's like on the surface, it's like you would think you might think that Monika, being this big schemer who wants total control of all of her surroundings, uh, apparently, um, would want someone who's like, what kind of person would she want? What kind of a person does someone like that want? Um, someone who's on her level of wanting control, or someone who's more of a foil for her, and you know, someone who challenges her to be different, to be better, to consider other options. Um, like when I made Turquoise, I played on the whole notion of Sayori's entire approach to the game, to life in general, is meant to sort of counteract like Monika's obsession with the real world and so on. Like it doesn't being compatible with someone in a relationship doesn't necessarily necessitate them like being alike. There's that whole like opposites attract thing. Sometimes people like appreciate the differences between each other, and it helps them grow in other ways because it challenges them to look at things from a different perspective. So maybe Ryan could be that to her if he's not this, because he doesn't come across as the kind of like control everything personality that Monika has. Like they don't seem alike per se. Being the same person doesn't always get into songs. Yeah. Like if he can be that kind of foil for her, like it's who knows? Like we don't I feel like we don't know enough about his character to say that. But yeah. But in any case, like Monika's decided to take him in and let him stay in her in her. I was gonna say dorm, her cabin, her whatever it is. Apparently it was kind of a shack, but she upgraded it via code manipulation. Feel like Ryan McGrander? Could be. If you had a stable person in your life, could be. Like we know that Monica expressed like at the end of last season that she was feeling lonely, and it's while not overtly stated, it's strongly implied that part of the reason for her breaking the time loop was that she wanted to meet her parents, because as part of the time loop they were perpetually on some trip, and she never got to see them. Like year after year after year, they stuck in the time loop. They're stuck on that trip. And she mentioned in passing that she met them at the beginning of season 4, but I kind of wonder if maybe she's just feeling really disillusioned about a lot of things. Like maybe she built up in her mind what it was going to be like to meet her parents, and it wasn't all it was cracked up to be. And then she built up the idea in her mind of what the date with the player was going to be like, and it also wasn't. It wasn't what she had hoped for. And I think maybe she's in a just state of like disillusionment of like what is she looking for in life at this point. When and if Monika explains everything about the world is another question. Yeah, the parents of the girls, including Natsuki's father, are never mentioned. Well, I wouldn't say they're never mentioned. Natsuki's father comes up a whole bunch of times. MC's parents have been mentioned in passing a bunch of times. Sayori's father's appeared a bunch of times. Um, there was a very dramatic storyline about the death of Sayori's mother a few episodes back. And Yuri's family is featured pretty prominently in a few places. Yeah, their parents have appeared a bunch of times over the course of this mod. I will start it up soon. I just need to finish. I need to get it out of my head. No, I need to finish what I was saying about Monika. Yeah, yeah. What are her motivations? Who the heck knows? What direction does this go in? Who knows? MC parents a bit in the season, yeah. Or to base game example. Yeah, fair. Oh yeah, yeah. There's like zero mention of parents in base game except for a couple passing references to Natsuki's father, and like that's it. That's all you get. But yeah. The interesting thing was that in the past few episodes, that recurring theme of some choices cannot be undone, and Monika making passing references to choices that the player made in previous episodes. And I come back to one of the things that Dev gave behind the scenes about excuse me, about how the original plan for the end of season 2 was there were going to be two options: either Miss Ida lives or dies, and then season 3 and season 4 were going to have two different versions, one where she lives and one where she dies, which would have been an astonishing amount of work, and I think Dev made the right choice in not doing going that route. But I kind of wonder, I know this isn't an invitation to answer this question, Dev, but I do kind of wonder if maybe there was this season brought back the option of, well, maybe we can have two different versions. One version where Monika takes Ryan in, and one where she doesn't, because there was like the choice came up on the screen to to try to influence Monika's choice about whether whether or not she takes Ryan in. Maybe she was going to take him in regardless. Maybe the choices of how to interact with Monika would have influenced whether she makes a choice. Maybe there were two different versions of the latter half of the season. I don't know. I mean, since Dev is allegedly, ostensibly, supposedly wrapping up the season, like wrapping up the whole series at the end of the season, I wouldn't have put it past them to to actually have it diverge for once from this point. I don't know. Makes DDLC extremely compatible for so many storyline mods because of what information there is vague or never mentioned. Yep, that's true. Season 4 is where it gets even more difficult if Ida had not been here. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, and can you imagine, can you imagine the another thing that would make the divergence difficult is the email sections, because you're gonna get like people emailing in. Half of your audience emailing in are going in knowing that that Miss Ida is dead and offering condolences, and the other half is going to be excited that she's alive and asking her questions. And how do you resolve that? I did indeed think of that. Yeah, she's dead. Sorry, next. Yeah, that would that would be, how would you even work around that? That would just, yeah. Anyway, have I said everything I wanted to say? I really should start this up real soon. Yeah, Monika having a roommate now. How is she gonna break the news to her clubmates and so on? Like, as Ryan pointed out, people are going to talk. And Monika seemed prepared to deal with that. How prepared is she? Like, is she? Hmm. Yeah, 'cause another angle that yeah, it wasn't mentioned in the mob, but I considered, you know, Monica might blame herself for the fact that Ryan is homeless. That might factor into this because it was her choice to break the time loop, and therefore, uh, like Ryan, who was perfect previously homed, now as a result of breaking the time loop, he aged a year, and thus aged out of the orphanage system, out of the government assistance. So Monica might blame herself for that. I mean, she might also see it as an opportunity for something related to her unfathomable motivations. Who knows? But he just recently comes to teach us how to answer here. So there's that angle of it as well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna hit new game. Let's just start this thing up. I think there's plenty more I can express about it, but I'm just gonna move on. How are you doing over there, Sayo? Can I pull back the curtain? If you want, but I'm not dressed. And nothing I haven't seen. Dot dot dot. You know, it looks like you've lost some weight. Really? Yeah, your tummy's a little flatter. New game, click on. Hey, welcome to the stream, Ren. New game? You say? Wait, you mean you're starting a new game, or I'm starting the referring to the fact that I just pushed the new game button? I mean, this is an ongoing series that I'm making my way through here, which conveniently can be played with one hand. Anyway. Episode 43, the difficulty spike is real from prior episodes. Haha, sure. Thank you. Scale said I weighed a little less, but I wasn't sure if I looked like it or not. Totally do. I'll get it. You should probably cover up a bit, though. Or get dressed really quick. Both. Sounds good. Oh, hey, girly. What brings you to my neck of the woods? Oh man, today wasn't the day we were going to do breakfast, was it? No, you're in the clear for that. I actually came to talk to Sayori. Oh, is that so? Did that pep talk from Monika give her some encouragement? Or is this going to go wrong again? Wait, what? Wait, what to what? It was really weird when MC found Sayori peacefully embedded in the ocean, alive but different. Okay, I'm guessing that's a reference to something I'm not aware of. I'm referring on the game Travis was playing last. Oh, okay, yeah. Referring to in other words, in other waters. I get it. Yeah, I still haven't finished in other waters. I'll come back to that. Anyway, I came to talk to Sayori. Oh, I had probably better leave you two alone to talk, huh? Probably a good idea. She was just getting dressed. Wait here for just a second. Then she can be dressed and I can get my stuff and go. Sounds good. Better hurry up, Rumi. Kagami's here to see you. Yeah, I heard. Wow. You really can dress fast when you want to. I have a lot of practice. What is... Okay. For a second there, I was like, what is this implying? Oh, wait, it was probably because she's, like, has a habit of being late for school and therefore has to get dressed fast and not, like... And not some other alternative reason for needing to get dressed fast. Anyway, moving on. Well, I'm gonna head to class. Good luck talking with her. That's why I just used to wake up 120 seconds before she's supposed to be out the door. Exactly. I love Kagami. That's so. I'm sure everything will be fine. Alright, well, have a good day, Ruby. Sorry, it's... like, Sayori's overdone optimism is just is a little amusing, I guess. I just used to... Okay, I'll write that. You too, Remy. Okay, she's all ready for you whenever. Thanks, be safe today. You too. Hi. Hi, Kagami. Dot dot. So, um, wanted to say I'm sorry for how I've acted towards you recently, and really for a long time. That's okay. I forgive you. Damn it, Sire, you're too nice. Been a huge bitch to you for most of our lives. I still am, like right now. Now you're just like, oh, don't worry about it. You forgive absolutely everything. Did you ever get angry at anyone or anything? Well, that's an interesting question. Sometimes. I don't like being angry. Besides, it's really easy not to be mad at you. Why is that? Well, for one thing, I'm really used to it from you. Like you said, it's been most of our lives. But also, it's just part of who you are. Some of it is just how you communicate. And also, I understand why you do it. I love MC too, after all. Da-da-da. But you know, I have a question for you too. Why is it that you see things like relationships as, like, I don't know, winning or losing? Is it the nice ones or the scary ones? Uh, winning or losing? I'm not sure I understand. Like, I love MC because I'm his girlfriend. Like, you love him because he's your brother. And to me, that's great. Everyone loves MC. That's so cool. But to you, it seems like that's bad because someone has to win and you don't want to lose? You're saying I think that relationships are zero sum. Monika said that too. I don't really know what that means, but yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, zero sum game means there's always one winner and one loser. Like if there are two people competing, only one can win, one can lose. They can't both win, they can't both lose. That's hence zero sum game. Heck, I mean, because I'm a winner, sire. Yeah. Look, I don't even know if I view things that way. I guess it seemed to me sometimes like you might take him away from me, and yeah, I didn't like that, and it was scary to me. But now it's like he's gone from me no matter what I do, and he doesn't want me in his life, and that is scary. And I don't know if that's because you took him away or I drove him off or whatever. Kagami takes a deep breath and pauses a moment. But I don't like it. And now he's very clearly got something wrong with him that he won't talk to me about. He has panic attacks and freakouts all the time, and he says nothing. I can't help him, and that's really scary. And so, hoping you can help me, or I guess that we both can help him. That would make me really happy. Actually, I can tell you something that will probably make you feel less guilty about all this. What's that? Um, it's my fault that he has panic attacks and freakouts. Is that supposed to reassure her? Is that supposed to reassure her? I mean, wasn't Kakami already in a mindset of Cyrus by enemy because he's not good for MC, she's not good for MC or something? I don't know. Okay. Kakami doesn't seem happy about this. What did you do to him? Did you say to her about people? I know, right? Yeah. Oh, I didn't do anything to him, at least not directly. I did it to myself. A while ago, before he and I were dating, I tried to commit suicide and got pretty far along in the process. MC, he saw. That's why he has panic attacks. Okay. I don't think Sairi's talked about her depression to Kagami before, has she? I mean, she talked about being depressed to Ayami. I don't think she mentioned the suicide attempt, though. Or attempt. Anyway. He saw, and it really scared him and hurt him. It's my fault. It's not your fault. It's my fault. Kagami silently hugs Sayori? The moment lasts a while. Be honest with me. You do think it's my fault, don't you, even with the hug? Well, yeah, because it is. There's no way to hide that. You've hurt yourself, and now he's terrified as a result. It's really direct. It is your fault, but you know, that's okay. That doesn't mean you're a bad person or anything. I imagine you had what seemed like a good reason. No, not really. Well, I have to wonder what could be so bad that would drive you to do something like that. Drive you to something like that. I'm diagnosed PTSD from the sound of it? Oh yeah, absolutely. No, MC's definitely experiencing PTSD as a result of seeing Sayori dead. It's been pretty apparent and prevalent throughout this entire series. um, yeah, like he needs therapy. I mean, again, really, all of them could do with therapy if we're being honest here. Kagami could do with some therapy too, frankly. I'm sure the audience gets the point. Make it a few more times, sure. Yeah, I suppose I should say that Kagami saying it's Sayori's fault is kind of a crappy thing to say to someone who's depressed, but that's par for the course for Kagami, so whatever, I guess. I'll do therapy, exactly. Anyway, what could be so bad to drive you to do something like that? You, of all people. Nothing. Nothing drove me to it. It's just the way I am. Sorry, I've had to explain this a lot recently. I have chronic depression and have had it my whole life. I normally don't tell people, but I'm trying to be more open about it these days. A lot of the time, me being really happy and cheery is just a smokescreen. Depression was really bad that day. Both ... Oh, Sayori, all this time I thought you were just this perfect sunshine girl. Turns out you're just a human being like everyone else. ... So, does this mean we can be friends now? I mean, does that feel okay? Seems really abrupt, and I've been so mean to you. I mean, Ayami says you made friends with her and Ryan really fast like that. And Monika says that in situations like this, you can just decide that everything's okay. I mean, yeah, that sort of comes back to comments I've made before about, sometimes the way to speed through awkward moments is just to pretend they didn't happen and just move on. You just mutually decide, okay, we're not going to address that, and just pretend it didn't happen. It's almost a betrayal of, like a betrayal of me as your boyfriend's sister, huh? Strange, since getting into DOC, I've learned more about mental health in the world of medicine. Well, yeah. I mean, it comes up pretty frequently in this. Most of DOC has helped a lot with understanding and awareness of mental health issues, I think. Hope. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, you can just decide that everything's okay. And if both people feel that way, it's okay. It's okay. Well, I guess, yeah, I'm okay. We can be friends. Yay, that's how I feel too. But now that we're friends, the first thing you probably want to do is help MC. Yeah. Well, I have an idea. It's pretty simple. What could that idea be? Like, actually apologize without jumping down his throat for once, maybe? I don't know. Do you have an OC with PTSD and depression as a result of wartime experience? Yeah, that's like MC's uncle, right? How I so much? Ah, there you go. Cool. Anyway, we're moving on to Yuri and Natsuki's room here. I'm home and got an A on my English comp test. Where's my smooches? Yuri? Huh. Wonder where she got off to. Bathroom maybe? Hopefully for no reason to cut. Better check. Natsuki puts down a plastic shopping bag. Yuri, did you go out here? Yuri quietly emerges from her wardrobe. She quickly pockets a pack of cigarettes from Natsuki's shopping bag and then goes and sits on her own bed. Well, she's decided to follow Fuyuki's suggestion, eh? Of hiding Natsuki's cigarettes. or well, I mean, sorry, Fuyuki didn't say to hide them. She said to throw them away. She's gonna give it a try. Well, yeah. I mean, I still say this can go badly in a lot of ways. I don't think this is the way to go about this. And besides, it's super hypocritical for Yuri to be so hard on Natsuki about the smoking when Yuri engages in her own self-destructive habit. And I could just already imagine Natsuki deciding to escalate this by throwing out Yuri's knives, which would kind of be awful, but if this is the direction that Yuri's going in, well, we'll see. Okay, anyway, Yeah, pockets a pack of cigarettes from the oxygen bag and gets in our bag. Gary? Oh, hey, there you are. Where the heck were you? I was just in here and you weren't here. I was only gone a second. I was elsewhere. We must have just missed each other. Well, hey, guess what? Got an A on my English comp test. Ah, I believe this by ancient law entitles you to smooches. Indeed. And Rosita. Okay, phew, that's enough about phase transitions even for me. Please do exercises 71 through 76 for next time. It should only take a few minutes. And for those exercises, remember that heat and temperature are different concepts. Move, Miss Ida, you're blocking Sayashi. Yeah. Especially when matter is changing phase, you can put more heat into something without necessarily changing its temperature. It's true. Due to the specific heat of the substance. Quote, specific heat, unquote. That is a term used for there's some amount of temperature is required to break the molecules apart when they're going transition a phase change between like solid and liquid and gas or the other way. Like like when like for example when ice is melting into water. I believe the specific heat of water is 4.2 degrees. Like there's this 4.2 degree worth of temperature where like the you put heat into it and the temperature doesn't go up. The energy from the temperature goes into causing the solid ice to turn into liquid water. And like different substances have different specific heat values. This is stuff I haven't thought about in, I don't know, over 20 years. I don't know, whenever. It's like high school chemistry stuff. I don't know. This is my head. I've got a head full of useless trivia like that. I just think nerdy stuff like that's cool. That's how I roll. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Not necessarily changing temperatures. See you tomorrow, everyone. Class files out of the room. ... Musita gets out her phone and makes a call. Oh, who could this be? She calling Monika or? I had a feeling. I mean, who else would you be calling at this point? Hi, Musita. Hi, Monika. We really need to talk about that game thing. Yeah, I know. Look, I'm really not trying to put you off or anything, but, Monika, it's been a good number of weeks now. We really need to talk about this. I know. I just, right now in particular is a bad time. I need to call you back. Alright, but do call me back, please. Is that implying that, is like, is she in Ryan's company at the moment and therefore can't talk about game stuff? or I mean, it could. This is apparently midday. I mean, Miss Edith's teaching a class, therefore Monica could just be around other people, but it could be Ryan. Anyway, moving on. I will. Okay, bye. That girl can never tell when she's being sincere and when she's playing me. Wonder if anyone can ever tell. Can anyone ever tell? Indeed, Miss Ida. I've seen this background before. I don't think I've seen it in this mod. I think it's very familiar. I think this is one of the free-to-use backgrounds I was considering for kitchens when I was like picking out backgrounds for like Doki Doki Storm and Turquoise. Do I recognize myself? Okay. Anyway, Monika is cooking something on a stovetop. Well, dang, I paid for this one? Oh, you did? Oh, okay. I mean, I could be misremembering. You know what? There are a lot of backgrounds floating out there. Anyway, moving on. Oh, hi, Tarmuse. I'm just making an omelet. Listen, about the whole living situation thing right now. Thanks for being so supportive when I invited Ryan. I know it probably seems kind of awkward, guy and a girl living together and such, but I'm glad you saw the humanity in it. Sure, the humanity. To make do with free to use ones with watermarks? Oh, yeah. Anyway, I really think that a voice comes in from another room. Monika, you're out there? Yes, I'm in the kitchen. Is it okay for me to come out? Yes, silly, you don't have to ask to come out. What was that blush there? You live here now. Thanks. I still feel a little weird. This is your space. Well, the kitchen is our space. You can come in here whenever you like. I know, I just really appreciate the whole house is really your space, and I'm trying to respect that. Ryan, it's obvious you respect it, but you don't need to overdo it. I don't want you to be constantly walking on pins and needles and asking permission to come out of your room each time. So consider that demo a failure with the asset department? Well, yeah, I mean, it just shows where there are places to improve. That's all. I'm sure there are other alternatives you can find that don't have the watermarks on them, so it isn't so prominent. um, Walking on pins and needles. You mean like walking on eggshells? That's the usual expression. Oh well. Anyway, permission to come out of your room each time. It's not like I walk around the kitchen topless or anything. Now Ryan's blushing. No, of course not. Haha. I'm just still settling in, I suppose. I'm not used to living with other people in an unstructured way like this. Unstructured? Most of the places I lived with are other people, like foster parents. They always had a lot of strict rules about where I could be and when. I see. So you're afraid I'm going to put a bunch of laws on how to use the house on you. No, I know you wouldn't do that. It's just the feeling of other people doing that is hard to shake, even in here. I understand. You're very welcome here, and it would be healthiest if you think of yourself as a co-owner of the public spaces. Co-owner? She did that on purpose? Something to think about it, yeah. Like, and you would just do for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, walking around the top is unlike in, like, turquoise, for example. Anyway, co-owner of the public spaces. I appreciate that. What you making? Oh, just a veggie omelet. I don't have a ton of time today. I have 2 club meetings to manage, so just a small dish. 2 club meetings? I mean, you suppose the literature club and the fencing club, I suppose? Is the fencing club a midday thing, I guess? Maybe? Strong feeling that house is going to be used by everyone eventually. Yeah. Mocha turquoise. Oh no, I've entirely accidentally exposed my sick abs. Actually sincere. Yeah, I did kind of sort of make Monica into an exhibitionist in turquoise, and yeah, probably a lot of that was her showing off her muscles. She's, you know, I'm sure like Sayori made her very conscious of that, and she liked that attention. We're gonna get the black bar, sure. Anyway, 2 club meetings to manage with just a small dish. You're a vegetarian. Pescatarian, but yes, I am. That's good. So like, you're gonna eat fish, I think. I think that's what that means. That's awesome. I always wanted to try eating vegetarian, but never really had the willpower. You want me to make you a veggie omelet of your own? Never too late to eat at least a little more vegetarian. Oh, well, I'd say yes, but I don't. I feel a little awkward asking you to cook for me. You know, it's just. Oh, well, I did offer. It's not a big deal, really. I just think it'd be neat if I could help you eat more vegetarian. If that's what you want, of course. Well, if it's okay with you, then... Monka's cell phone rings. You don't need to go anywhere. This will just take a second. Hi, Nisita. Oh, we're seeing the same conversation from the other perspective. We just had a a time jump in reverse, or is this another conversation? Hi, Monica. We really need to talk about that game thing. Yeah, I know. Look, I'm really not trying to put you off or anything, but Monica, it's been a good number of weeks now. We really need to talk about this. I know, I know. I just right now in particular is a bad time. I need to call you back. All right, but do call me back, please. I will, I will. Okay, bye. Monica hangs up. Sorry about that. Oh, it's no problem. Yeah, it's triggers Monica headshake. Club meetings, Monica. What if I taught you to be vegetarian? Sure. Pescatarian in Japan is actually accessible. Yeah, I mean, lots of fishing going on there. Efficiency of the diet. Yeah. Um, yeah. You don't need to go anywhere. This will just take a second. Monica actually is probably glad Ryan is in the room because it lets her put things off. Um, call that another level of manipulation there. Um, it's like, oh no, I can't talk freely now about the thing I obviously don't want to talk about. Whatever will I do? Anyway. Oh, it's no problem. What were we talking about again? Oh, right. You said you'd be okay with trying an omelet from me, I think. Yes, I definitely would. All right, I'm making mine with onions and spinach. Is that good with you? Yeah, but if you could, mine, I like my spinach as fresh and crispy as possible, so as little cooking on the spinach as you can. That's actually exactly how I feel about spinach. Is that so? Onions, yeah. I mean, onions do help to bring out the flavor in the omelet. Uh, I can't say I'm actually that big a fan of onions, particularly, but I will add them to omelets. I mean, I add them to whatever. Well, I'm just gonna move on. It's actually exactly how I feel about spinach. There you go. Natsuki is carefully folding a piece of paper. She hears something and turns to look behind her. Hey, babe. Beloved? I'm surprised to find you on the roof on your own. What are you doing here? Making paper airplanes. Why? Why not? Does a girl need a reason to have a hobby? I'm just a little surprised, is all. I've never heard you speak of this before. I don't know, I've always found them kinda interesting. So I looked up how to make them, and now I'm practicing. Oh, okay. Looked up how to make. Wait, she's never made a paper airplane in her whole life? She had to look it up? Hmm. Interesting. I don't know. It's just something I learned how to do as a kid, and what the opportunity doesn't often present itself to do it. Sometimes it's amusing to take like candy wrappers if they and like unwrap them and flatten them out and then fold those into a paper airplane. Well, wrapper airplane. So it's like a little tiny airplane. that's I don't know. Sometimes something I do to amuse myself. Anyway, moving on. Look at how to make them, and now I'm practicing. Natsuki throws a paper airplane over the roof. Hold on. Okay. Thought I saw tape, but never mind. Isn't that a bit irresponsible? What? Just throwing paper airplanes haphazardly in that fashion. Even assuming you intend to go down and clean up after yourself, there's no guarantee you'll find what you throw before the wind takes it away. Oh, don't worry. I've got that covered. Hey, Yami, did you find that last one? Yeah, I've got it right here. See? Very environmentally conscious. No problem at all. If a somewhat demeaning way to treat a friend, why don't you invite her up here instead of making her run after your paper airplanes? Hey, Abby, come up here a sec. My girlfriend wants to see you. um, again, Natsuki not being terribly discreet about the whole, living with her girlfriend that she's supposed to be discreet about, just calling over the off the roof of the building for any passersby to hear. Hey, school, my secret girl's up here. Exactly. Anyway, da da da. Okay, hang on. I will have you know that she is doing this of her own free will. And furthermore, that she is repaying a favor that she owes me, big time. Oh? A favor? I'm trying to remember. Since when does Ayami owe Natsuki a favor? Well, I mean, like, was it related to her? I'm trying to think back to the previous season. Like, I guess Ayami was the one that had that not the best reaction to finding out that Natsuki is with Yuri and all that. I mean, I think we did not see the favor. Okay, now fair enough. All right, moving on. Those two ideas sound somewhat contradictory. Hey, she knew what she was getting into when she asked for a favor. She's known me a long time. Not like she didn't appreciate what she might be signing up for. I suppose that seems likely. Was it Kuko who freaked out? Okay. I got them mixed up, I guess. Yeah, he said nothing. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, that does sound familiar now that you mention it. Anyway, I suppose that seems likely. I am glad, at any event, that you remain friends with Ayami. At any event? The usual phrasing I hear for that is in any event. Does it work with at any event? I've never seen it phrased as at any event. But what do I know? You remain friends with Ayami. So is a less common way to do that idiom? Yeah, okay, fair enough. It is probably nice to have some social continuity outside the literature club. Here's fun of the less common way to do the idiom. Well, yes. For sure. Hey, there she is. Sup, bitch? Or, I still do not understand why you use such derogatory language with a friend. What? Like you don't understand banter? We banter all the time. But not with demeaning language of that kind. Look, when you do a short joke, that is no less demeaning than Ayami calling me a whore. Ayami calls me a whore with love and friendship. It's true. I suppose different styles of people have different modes of communication. Hello, Ayami. Hi, Yuri. Hope you're having a good day. I am well, thank you. I was just discussing with Natsuki the fact that you are returning a favor, and ordinarily going into some kind of moral debt with Natsuki is an extremely dangerous proposition. So I was curious as to what could have motivated you to invoke her help, knowing that potentially you could spend a morning chasing after paper airplanes as a result. Oh, she's helping me go after this boy I'm interested in. Is that so? The imprint calling someone says Banjo can have mixed results. I mean, understandable. Like you would, I think you'd want to be very sure the other person's okay with it before again engaging in that particular line of banter. Anyway, moving on. And before you ask, yes, I already have a boyfriend, but we're in an open relationship. I had already heard of this arrangement from Natsuki. She tells me everything. Yeah, I'll bet she does. Anyway, Natsuki, I still haven't picked up that last one you threw. I should probably go get it. Whoops. Are you almost done? Yeah, just a couple more. Alright. Da-da-da. She seems nice. Yeah. Da-da-da. So, out of curiosity, exactly what are you doing to help her go after the boy she's interested in? She's in that field, yeah. Yeah. Interesting, Yuri making the comment she seems nice. I mean, Yuri has obviously met Ayami many times before. He's part of the the whole bathroom gang from like the first 3 seasons of this series. And Yuri made the comment in season 3 that she doesn't even know which is which of Ayami, Ikuko, and drawing a blank on the third one's name. The other of Natsuki's friends. Hiroko? There you go. Thank you. The quiet art one, right? Yeah. Um, yeah, yeah. You made the comment that she doesn't remember which one's which. She just thinks of them as like the mean one, the quiet one, and whatever. Yeah, I think getting strange name. Yeah. Well, I mean, Natsuki spent a lot of time in the first 3 seasons of the series, like hanging out in the bathroom with a group of girls. That included those 3. The mean one, the flamboyant one, the quiet one. There you go. Anyway, saying she seems nice is interesting. Anyway, out of curiosity, exactly what are you doing to help her go after the boy she's interested in? Oh, that. Well, there's this guy who goes here who's best friends with the guy she likes. Any of these people you know? I don't suppose she's talking about Kenzo. Anyway, the guy she likes is named Eman? I don't know how you pronounce that. Now, I know Eman's best friend from high school. His name is Haruo? Now, follow me here for a second. Haruo used to have a crush on Hiroko, and I always thought he'd be good for her, actually, so sometimes I tried to get them together, but she wasn't interested. But I did end up eventually hooking him up with another girl at our school who was super lonely. I matchmade for him. Although, sadly, they didn't end up going to the same college. I'm actually not sure what their status is now. So, anyway, now the friend is totally happy to help me do matchmaking with his friend and Ayami. This is very complicated. Yeah, I guess complex webs of social interaction aren't exactly your strong point, huh? Certainly not. Does this even qualify as matchmaking? What? Me hooking up the friend with the girl from our school? No, you hooking up Ayami with the friend Imand now. It does not seem like matchmaking so much as a one-night stand type situation. I don't know, that seems like matchmaking of a sort. Also, there's an ad break coming up in 3 minutes and 47 seconds. FYI, I'll pause the game when the ads come on. Did I miss anything? Anyway. I worry that the friend does not understand that that's what Ayami is looking for out of it. Yeah, well, I mean, open communication is important in these sorts of things. Like, particularly, like the whole deal about Ayami supposedly being in an open relationship, and you got to communicate. Make sure everyone involved knows what they're in for, what they're getting into. Very confusing to demisexual Yuri. Yeah. It is her choice at the end of the day. I mean, yeah. Oh no, he understands. He's totally okay with it. Guys, I am sure it seems appealing to him in the short term. I just wonder if he truly thinks he'll benefit. Well, I mean, he can say no if he wants. It's just an opportunity, I guess. Something bothering you about it, babe? No, not really. I think I feel worried because I sensed that something was troubling you when I arrived here. Of course, it's going to be on Yuri's mind that she took the cigarettes, and she's worried about what's going to happen when Natsuki notices. Anyway, it was? Yes, just after Ayami went back down, you seemed concerned. Oh, yeah, I guess Ayami was just acting a little weird. I didn't notice. How was it weird? Well... Hey, Natsuki, love you, girl, but I can't spend all day standing here. Throw something. Talk about it later. Certainly. Take care, beloved. Alright, here comes one of 2. There's no period on the end of beloved here. Certainly take care, beloved. That seems like an oversight. I'm going to make a note of that. +1 to you? Hey! Maybe I won't take a note of it then. Oops, wrong button. Wrong button again. A little hop. I guess that indicates we're throwing the paper airplane. Anyway, so you and Kagami are agreed about it then? Yeah, we're going to talk to MC later today. Not sure if we should do so before or after club. I guess that depends on how you think he'll take it. If it's going to be a big emotional mess, maybe afterward would be my suggestion. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, I definitely say do it after on further thought. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Already fixed? Okay. I'd rather not have him have to struggle with some big mental issue like that during club. Yeah, you're right. Although it's MC, he's pretty emotionally tough. I mean, in some respects, I suppose you could say that. I mean, emotionally tough. Like you're. We've already established he's prone to like panic attacks with respect to Sayori's situation, and they're very unmitigated and undiagnosed and untreated. So saying I don't know, emotionally tough. I don't know. Anyway, ad break is imminent, so I am going to click on the thing. There we go. I will be right back. And back again. Wink. We got the correct be right back sign up this time. Last episode I forgot to get the DDLC one with the cheapies on it. Tea time, indeed. Anyway, yeah, as I was saying, yeah, Sayori's saying, oh, it's MC, is it pretty emotionally tough? I mean, like, it doesn't mean he's, like, invulnerable. I mean, it doesn't mean that, he doesn't have emotional needs of his own, and, you know, the situation with Kagami is obviously a really soft spot for him. Like, the way he's, avoided talking about it for, like, his whole life, or at least this whole series. So... Anyway, moving right along. He sure is. Just remember, you and Kagami have to be on the same page. That's the whole point of everything. Be back 1 minute. Fair enough. I knew she'd come around eventually if you were just persistent. She can change her mind a lot. But now that she's on the same page with you, you want to keep her focused on the goal. I know, you've said... Da-da-da. Monika? What is it? Have you had this same kind of talk with Kagami? Like, where you tell her how to deal with me and how to talk to MC and stuff? I wouldn't say I've told her how to deal with you. I just think that I think working with you would be a good way to help MC. Why do you ask? Da-da-da. Don't you get tired? Trying to control everything all the time, I mean? I know you're doing it with me and MC and Kagami because you want to help, and you have helped. It's helpful. It's just... Doesn't it feel weird to you? Watch time 0 just... Spent 0 seconds watching? What? That's clearly wrong. That's very strange. That's, Might have to look into Stream Elements to find out what's going on with that. I mean, it accepted the command watch time, so... Twitch being Twitch... Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's not like it didn't recognize the command. It recognized the command. It just gave back the wrong information. Now I'm curious. What happens if I type it in? Has spent 0 seconds watching. I mean, makes sense for me because it's not going to count my time. Anything else out of order? Follow age? 3 years. 3 months, 5 days, 8 hours. Wow. Has it been that long? Follow age is fine. Yeah. What's to say for me? Tormuse is not following Tormuse. Oh no. I'm a bad fan. Yeah, incidentally, I put the chat in the upper left corner this time because I figured I usually have in the upper right corner. I figured I should anticipate that the emails are going to go in the upper right corner later and just put them in the upper left ahead of time. Yeah. Yeah, all the commands for Stream Elements, they're all their defaults except for the exclamation lurk, which I had to add in there. Oh yeah, and the shout out command, which that's a special overlay that I programmed in, which makes it so it pulls a random clip from the person you're shouting out and shows it on the screen. Around September 2022? I suppose so. Would have been around my birthday, I suppose. Man, oh man. It's been that long. I mean, I know that I monetized my channel at the beginning of January this year. Like I made a point. I decided to do it as a sort of, called a New Year's resolution kind of thing. But yeah, I guess I've been doing it for 2 years prior to that. Just for fun. Anyway, but getting back to this, yeah. Here's Sayori has been a little aggressive lately about calling out Monika for wanting to control things. Um, she made those comments at the beginning of the season. It doesn't feel that long. Yeah, no kidding. Well, I still say like the pandemic kind of shredded everyone's perception of time. But yeah, anyway, yeah, Sayori, it's an interesting question. Doesn't it feel weird to you? Is she trying to understand Monika, or is she? I mean, Sayori in this series has her own examples of trying to control, manipulate people, like just more subtle ways around trying to direct them away from talking about her depression. um, like I don't know. I'm gonna move on. Doesn't it feel weird to you? Don't you get tired? I'd get tired. I'm not trying to control everything, Sayori. Yeah, that's true. You don't try to do it. You just want to help people and make situations better. So you end up doing it unconsciously. Da da da. I guess the way I handle problems can be tiring sometimes. What you call being controlling, I guess I just think of as being thorough and looking for all possible solutions to a problem. It certainly doesn't feel weird to me, though. I guess it's just the way I am. Yeah, it's definitely the way you are. Like I said, you do help people, especially me. It's just sometimes I guess I wonder what it's like to be you and constantly thinking about all these things. Instantly, has Monika mentioned the fact that Ryan's staying at her place? Does she intend to mention it? Is it gonna, I mean, people are gonna find out at some point sooner or later, right? Particularly since Monika did mention that she lives some distance from campus and is going to have to give Ryan a ride to school. It's gonna become obvious. Especially for the people who were already aware that Ryan was sleeping on a bench. They're gonna notice that he's not there anymore. So wait, they know there's no teasing so far? Yeah. Okay, welcome back. It's just sometimes, I guess I wonder what it's like to be you and constantly think about all these things. Sounds exhausting, I guess. Sometimes. Da da da. Do I really come off as that controlling? Well, I mean, I don't want to be too blunt, but yeah. Is that so? It's like you can't ever be comfortable without knowing everything that's going to happen and having a hand in it. Ever since the whole reality thing. Da-da-da. I'd say you've gotten better since then about some things, but about others you need control even more. As like compensation or something? I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry, this wasn't meant to be a critique or anything. I usually am the one who benefits by you taking charge of things like this. Sayori, anything you say to me, I will always take at face value and in good faith. I mean, so you say. But again, Sayori has a long-standing habit of trying to redirect people if they steer anywhere near talking about her depression or whatever. And, like, Sayori, tries to redirect people if they try to ask her about anything that's troubling her. And, arguably, Sayori's a bit manipulative herself. So it's a little funny, like I say, I always take at face value and in good faith. Even though that has historically not been the case. Oh well, anyway. And if it's about me, I know that there isn't really anyone in the world who could have a more well-informed opinion. No, never apologize for talking to me straight like that. Okay. Anyway, I do need to talk to Kagami. We need to talk about what we're going to say. Probably a good idea. Good luck. Thanks. And into the restaurant again. And new song? I haven't heard this one before in this mod, or at all. Anyway, paper airplanes. You are as unpredictable as ever, dear sister. Well, yeah, I gotta keep my enemies guessing. Well, you do have a legion of enemies hounding for your blood at any given time, so that's smart. So true, so true. You just need to be, yeah. I hope the sound volume's okay. I didn't really do a proper sound check at the beginning of this. Maybe just bump that down a little bit. This song feels a little louder than the others. Yeah. So true, so true. So what's new with you, sis? Anything cool? Not really. College is my full-time job. You were kind of getting the idea of how that is. You can't say that again. Song is audible? Sure. Sound quality's peak? Cool. Can't say that again. College is just my full-time job. You were kind of getting the idea of how that is. Sorry, hold on. Did she deliberately say that twice? Ass. Oh, you can say that again. Okay, I get it. Yeah. You know, I still really miss the old days. The old days? You know, when everyone lived together. You ever think about back then? You're always bringing that up. But yeah, I remember. You do remember story time? Yeah, of course I remember. Short scene. Oh, we're getting a flashback, I guess. Algebra is hard. Story time. Sis, it's not even close to bedtime yet, so it's not story time. I've got to do homework. Mom said I could have story time. I did say that. Mom, I really do have to do homework. I know, son, but she really is being a handful and wouldn't calm down until... Story time, please. Alright. Hey. But just one story, then Fuki has to go back to his studies. Okay. The door closes. Okay, so what do you want for story time? Mystery again. Another mystery? You want another Sherlock Holmes? Yeah. Alright, let me find the book. That's, Yeah, Fuki is transgender. That was established early on. Presumably this was before she transitioned. Interesting that Natsuki is into Sherlock Holmes as a little kid. Is this another example of are we retconning Natsuki's character to have always been interested in, you know, quote unquote higher literature? I forgot about that. Yeah. Part of the point of this scene is to hit you with how hard and jarring it is when trans people get misgendered. Well, yeah. Anyway, moving on. Alright, let me find the book. Okay. Mrs. Hudson, the landlady of Sherlock Holmes, is a long-suffering woman. What does landlady mean? It means she owns the house where he lives, and he pays her money to live there. Oh. Like when Dad always has to pay the rent? Exactly that, smart girl. Not only was her first floor flat invaded at all hours... What's a flat? It's a British word. It means apartment. What's an apartment? Like, part of a building where people live? Not a house, but like some buildings, some rooms in a big building? We live in an apartment. This is an apartment. Okay. Not only was her first floor flat invaded all hours by throngs of singular and often undesirable... What does singular mean? Weird. Aren't there a lot of weird things? Yeah? And why are they saying it's a single one? I guess because it's like when something's really weird, it's not like other things. It's a thing of its own. There's nothing else like it. It's a single one of its kind. Does that make sense? I think so. Singular and undesirable characters, but her remarkable lodger showed an eccentricity and... What's eccentricity? Eccentricity. Eccentricity. What is it? It also means something is weird. It's weird there are so many words for weird. It's singular. Yeah. Flashback end. Is that the accent Natsuki's learning? Yeah. I mean that's cute and all. It's how did we go from Natsuki geeking out over Shakespeare? It's not Shakespeare. Doyle, Sherlock Holmes. To you know, being with obsessed with manga and not what. Well, I don't know. All things happened to poor Dusky since age 6. Yeah, the flashback things set up. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Those were good times. They were. Life was less complicated then. Now we're both college grown-ups with serious college studies and serious college significant others. That reminds me, how's Aikido? They're doing fine, stressed out by college just like everyone else, but nothing extraordinary. Not treating you mean or anything? Of course not, you know how they treat me. Yeah, they've been good to you, I just still have to check from time to time, you know? Because, again, if they ever mistreat you, bam! Every time you bring them up, you threaten violence, so they know they'll have to answer to you if they misbehave with me. They live in constant terror of the thought. As well they should. Says, question, answer, hopefully. Okay, this is just between us, okay? Of course it is. I would never tell anyone something just you and I talked about unless I was really sure you were cool with it. I know, I just wanted to be really sure about this, so like, as a fellow monogamous bisexual, is that so? Wasn't there fellow monogamous? Was Fuyuki monogamous? I was under the impression that she had a bit of an open situation or something. Maybe I misremembered. I don't know. Anyway, like, do you ever feel like you're missing out? Oh. Is Natsuki hinting that she's missing it, or feeling like she's missing out? Missing out? Yeah, on like genders you're not with. For me, I just am with one girl, and it's great. I honestly love her so much, and she makes me happy all the time. But sometimes I think, man, there are a lot of experiences I'm missing out by never dating a guy. That makes me feel guilty to think that, because honestly, Yuri is so wonderful. I shouldn't feel like she's giving me any kind of incomplete experience, because she's not. And I really wouldn't want to date more than one person either. So, like, is this something you ever think about? I used to, a long time ago, when Aikido and I were first dating. Why not anymore? Well, I realized the whole line of thought was a big trap. Think about it this way. Aren't you missing out on a ton of experience by just dating one person? Forget about the idea that Yuri's a woman. What if you dated some other woman? It'd be completely different, right? Tons of different experiences? Yeah, but guys are like a whole different class. Because of what? Personality? Everyone's got a different personality. Physical equipment? Everyone's got different physical equipment. Everyone's completely different in bed, too, if we care about that. No. I'm getting the definite impression that Dev is using Fuyuki as a mouthpiece to talk about an issue they want to talk about. Anyway, moving on. Thing that there's some special set of mystical experiences you're missing out on because of boys is just buying way too much into the importance of the gender binary, babe. Yeah, guys are different. Of course they're different. Everyone is different. Smart people are different from dumb people. Tall people are different from short people. And people who watch TV all day are different from people who jog all day. The only reason you have this anxiety about missing out on guys is that society is telling you that male versus female is super important compared to those other differences. When really it's not. Yep. Yeah, that's, I agree with Fuyuki, 100%, no notes. That's kind of what I've been saying all along. Well, I mean, all along. It's true. They're just, everyone is different in every possible way, and it's just a little dumb to get so hung up on the gender thing. Maybe somewhat, but I more felt Natsuki would definitely have bisexual fear of missing out, especially because she's canonically been attracted to MC. Yeah. She would seek and receive wisdom from her sister. Yeah, alright. It makes sense. It's not, like, I'm not saying it's completely shoehorned in or anything. It is an interesting thing for Natsuki to bring up, but it does fit, because she did have that conversation that very interesting conversation, which I was eager to point out was very interesting at the end of season 3 in the extras, when she was talking with MC about, maybe sort of having feelings for him back in the day before they got with their respective significant others. So yeah, no, I mean, it still fits. I'm not saying I'm not trying to condemn the writing or anything. I just thought I don't know. It was a little amusing to me. It's like, this is conspicuous, but it's fine. It's fine. Moving on. When really it's not. It's just a difference in people, the same as any other. Don't get caught into thinking there's something super magical about the gender divide. I mean, yeah, you'll miss out on experiences if the only person you ever date is Yuri, but you'll miss out on experiences no matter who you date, because everyone is super different. That's just the way the world is. Yeah, that's true. It's just the whole society thing, like you said, but somehow the feeling that I'm missing out by never seriously dating a boy is really strong. I used to think it was like a fact rather than a feeling. Facts don't care about your feelings. No, I'm kidding. After talking to you, I think it's more just like an irrational nagging doubt with no justification. I mean, yeah. Well, that's good to hear. Man, where's the waiter? Has he been waiting for our food for a million years? Yeah, I need a refill too. My glass is bone dry. That analogy has always struck me as inapropos. I mean, yeah, surely bones are always wet. Anyway. Bones are, after all, not particularly dry. At least while in use. At least while in use? Anyway. They are covered at all times in extremely wet viscera. And we got a bot in chat. Yeah, interestingly, this one didn't get caught by the filter. I mean, you can all see that, right? The saintly wisp ass? What the hell? Anyway, you're just gonna get a ban. Boom. Can indeed see it. Yeah, that's a strange thing. A lot of the bots, they get caught in the filter, and then you don't see them. Like, I can see them because I'm owner of the channel, but and I still have to hit the ban button on them. But some of them get through, and it makes me wonder what criteria Twitch uses to decide whether to filter it or not. Because it's the same content every single time. They say, to get viewers, click this link. Well, don't click this link. Remove the space from this link, and then it'll be a link. So those bot messages have always struck me as rather silly because they require their target audience to be smart enough to figure out how to copy the link and remove the space properly, but also dumb enough to fall for it and click obviously malicious links like that. It's got to be a very specific subset of people. Delete the space. It's like wouldn't be that hard. Well, you say that, but we're considering people who are dumb enough to click malicious links. I don't know. Are they smart enough to figure out how to remove a space? I don't know. For Twitch to moderate it is what. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Like that. For Twitch to moderate it, like, yeah. Why is it? Why are they? What criteria are they looking for? It's clearly not the content of that particular comment that they're looking for, because it's the same content every single time, and some of them get through and some don't. So what criteria do they use instead then? Like maybe the only criteria they use is like how many of these kinds of posts they spread across how many channels or something like that. Anyway, moving right along. They are covered at all times in extremely wet viscera. It really seems like there are some experiences you can only get with this woman as your girlfriend. So true. Sorry, I'm a little late. I had a few questions for my professor. Did I miss anything? Nah, nothing important. You just miss me missing you. Haha. That's one way of putting it. And hey, they're in the club room. Wow, we just jumped to everyone being here. Well, everyone's here, I think. Time to get started. Although, other than poems and emails, I don't really have a plan today. I've been so busy with this and that, I didn't think of an activity for us today. Hey, did we skip over fencing club, or is that happening after the club meeting? I mean, Monika said that she had 2 clubs to prepare for today, so that presumably she's referring to the fencing club that she said she was starting in the last episode. Fencing club happens after the literature club? Okay. That's gonna be a long day for her then. Oh well. We've run through everybody's names, and I don't think anyone's finished any of their modding projects yet, assuming we're doing that again. Of course we're doing that again. People demand my genius mods. But I'm kind of curious as to what's got you busy to such an extent that you are saying you're busy. Yeah. You have a super high threshold for busyness. Well, there's the whole business with me starting another club, as you know. Natsuki nods solemnly. I've been talking to Miss Ida about various reality stuff. Trying to manage a few interpersonal things, I guess. Okay, so she's not going to bring up the fact that Ryan's staying at her place. I guess we've established that at this point. Unless she's going to say it in the next line. Being club president for more than one club is possible but strenuous. I mean, yeah. Of course, there is the whole question of me being here to be a student who does classwork at some point. Yeah. Da-da-da. And there's clearly an and here that you're not telling us. And perhaps they have good reasons for not telling you. Tell us. No secrets in the literature club. Yeah, right. From Natsuki after spending half a season keeping her relationship with Yuri a secret. So silly. I don't recall that being a rule. Where have you been? Yeah. Well, why not tell you guys, I guess. Just, this is literature club information only, okay? For a bunch of reasons. But, blush, ... So, Ryan is homeless, it turns out. He's been sleeping under a bench on campus, and I noticed, and, well, to make a long story short, he moved in with me after I invited him. What's this reaction from Natsuki? I mean, presumably, this was Natsuki's entire scheme trying to set Ryan and Monika up together. It's just funny that her having an overblown reaction to it. Natsuki's expression, yeah. Yeah. Natsuki's shock. Oh, I'm funny every single time. Yeah. I mean, presumably Natsuki knew this was coming, and she's like just feigning shock. Anyway, moving on. Now, don't get me wrong, this is not a romantic situation. This is just to give him a place to stay. We're in different bedrooms, so don't get the wrong idea. Of course not. A very friendly platonic non-date and now a very friendly platonic cohabitation. It is a natural progression of things. I was gonna find they were going to go out to tea or something. They skipped like 20 steps. Sure. She's still in shock, yeah. Aw, don't make fun. I really think that Monika is doing this just because she doesn't want a friend to be homeless. Thank you, Sayori. I am mostly kidding, lest you take it too seriously. Mostly. I didn't know he was homeless, that's rough. Glad he has a place to stay now, though. What's the deal with him being homeless? He really has no other place to go? He really doesn't. His parents died when he was young, and ever since then he's bounced between places. Maybe SB Club League's developer hasn't been the shock expression for too long now? I mean, And I say Doki Doki Literature Club Monika enthusiast? No. Of course. Now that he's an adult, the government thinks the college ought to give him housing, but the college thinks that the government still ought to give him housing. Well, there you go. Monika has now divulged to the whole club that breaking the time loop is, well, without directly acknowledging it, as brought to the whole club's attention that breaking the time loop made him homeless. It's all the more hilarious, yeah. It's a whole thing. And the college is seriously okay with one of its students just being homeless? I don't think they know. I think they figure he's probably bumming housing off some other student, although you're not supposed to do that on campus housing. But you don't live on campus. You don't live on campus housing. Exactly. So it all works out. Natsuki, you okay there? Yeah, I'm fine. Not weird at all. Surprised to hear about Ryan living with Monika. Oh, yeah, actually. Did not expect that at all. I mean, it's not a very expected outcome, I would say. And you are so right, Monika, so right. Completely unexpectable. Yeah. Just she broke, yeah. She's doing the thing again. Well, I guess I did put a pretty good shock into everyone's system with that. I remember Natsuki being stunned for a solid 2 minutes after seeing Sayori and MC together for the first time. Not that this is this is any kind of similar situation, of course. On with the rest of the club. What were we doing next again? We were trying to figure out what to do next, since we had run out of names to draw, and we're not ready to do mods. Well, how about this? Just some good old-fashioned, totally free time, like in the old days. Does that sound good to everyone? Oh, hell yeah, I love free time. Ah, it's not the same without a closet. Oh well. I think... Oh! Yuri's behind Monika. Z order fail. While she's talking, I'll make a note of that. Or at least I'll make a note of the time. To remind myself to come back to it. +1, cool. I think I shall take some time to myself to read. I hardly get the chance anymore. Solitude is increasingly a rarity. And I have a ton of work to do. A ton of work to do, because if I don't do it now, I won't have time to study later. Phew. She seems really tired these days. Yeah, she'll be alright though. It's Monika. You're right. It is Monika. Well, can't argue with that. Anyway, so what do you want to do? I would offer to watch anime like we used to in the club, but we kind of watch anime all the time in each other's rooms already. Well, we could watch more, or I guess we could be more proper and literary, and read a book. Sounds like anime it is. Yay! Who to check up on? Is this a choice that can be done? Can I save it? Okay, it lets me save. Yeah, so who to check up on? I mean, Monika's the only one who has awareness of being checked on. You can undo this choice? How about that? I don't know if it's gonna let us go through all of them or what. But yeah, let's check out Monika first. Oh, hi Termuse. Thank you for visiting me first. Blush. I know it probably is not that big a deal to you, but it always makes me feel really special, even after all this time. So thanks. But how are you doing? It's been quite a year so far, hasn't it? I would talk to you more about my current situation, but I'd rather not do that in front of everyone. So are you dating Ryan yet? When will there be children? For obvious reasons. We can talk about it later. Other than that topic, what do you think of my year so far? I only have a little bit of time to talk though, so I can probably only talk about one thing. What if we save it first? Which I'm doing on principle, not because I intend to reload. I don't know. Coder will probably do the save and reload thing. That's what he's been doing during his streams of this series. Anyway, So you can say, glad you're doing a new club. Don't dodge Miss Ida. Good work helping Sayori with MC. Sure. Fewer fewer student government problems. Don't overwork, or you're improving about not having control. Um. Well, okay. Yeah. So this is an answer to the question, "What do you think of my year so far?" from Monica. So well, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. What's my priority here? Which one do I want information about slash think will provide good content, or any balancing of however many factors. Um, like glad you're doing a new club. It's cool. Don't dodge Miss Ida. I mean, I think that point's going to come to a head whether we say anything about it, regardless. Um, Good work helping Sai with MC. I mean, sure, it's an option. We're going to see how that plays out at towards the end of this session, presumably. Fewer student government problems. I mean, that'd be nice. Don't overwork. Is she overworking? What are her limits? Does she know what her limits are? Who knows? Fourth one is the gayest one. Yeah. And what, fewer student government problems? I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, gayest in the sense that it would allow Yuri and Natsuki to stay together. I presumed that this is referring to Ryan's situation. And, I mean, if there were fewer student government problems, um, or perhaps you mean, because she's not, like, indebted to the, like, the student council of the school or whatever. Not at all filled with tension relationship with the old high school student council president. Proving about not having control. I mean, is she? Do we even know what her state of not having control is? I mean, it's still like it's still like very strongly implied that Monika did some kind of some kind of coding shenanigans with regards to Ria, Ria's time loop aspect, and keeping her the head of the literature club back at the school. So and she's still like trying to dodge Miss Ida and not dealing with that. So like, is she improving about not having control? Like, that's not clear to me if that's the case. So I think I can rule out that one. Like, don't overwork. I don't know. Is she overworking? It's not clear. I don't know. I mean, she did express exhaustion in an earlier episode, but I don't know if that's like a chronic thing. Fewer student government problems. Like, yeah, I mean, it's yeah, cause I guess that is because in the context of this, like this comment is coming in the context of what do you think of my year so far. Yeah, presumably it's referring to her previous conflict with the student council in previous seasons. But since Monika still has to manage the whole like Ria situation and in turn manage Miss Ida's curiosity about that situation, I can't really say that there are fewer student government problems. Really, she's just managing them from a different perspective, from a different angle. Yeah, good work, how is with MC? I mean, it's sort of I mean, okay, again, in the context of the question, what do you think of the year so far? Like, I think it's more MC and Kagami rather than Sayori with MC. She's trying to manage things with Kagami, and I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can say good work yet because we haven't seen the results of it. Um, like, don't dodge Misita. Like, it's like, yeah, like I feel like that's gonna come into focus regardless of how things go. I mean, I could, you know, shake my finger at her and tell her not to avoid that. I mean, I don't know. I like like I could say that. Um, get her input. It'd be interesting to get her input on that. Um, but I don't know. I guess I'm kind of leaning towards the glad you're doing a new club. I mean, we're probably going to find out more about that regardless anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sort of in a state of toss up between these two options here. Like this one feels a little more confrontational, um, which I don't know, could be good or bad. Um, like hypothetically speaking, if um, because it isn't technically it's not 100% confirmed, but hypothetically, if it's true that Monika did some shenanigans with coding Ria, uh, she has not been forthcoming about it to anyone, including the player. Like if we can tell her to stop dodging Miss Ida, but I don't think that's going to prompt her to suddenly be honest about why she feels the need to dodge Miss Ida, you know? Like, I don't know. I guess the real reason is a toss up is like it depends on how do I want to approach the nature of these questions. Like, am I expecting these to be consequential in some way? Like, is it going to actually affect anything? Because for the most part, most options you choose throughout this mod don't really have any effect on anything else, except for a few lines of dialogue. But there are indications that some things might be more consequential than before uh, uh, um, in this season. Some choices that exactly, yeah. So, I mean, maybe I should, in the interest of like the comments I was making earlier about, you know, uh, some characters can be good at each other in the context of being a foil for them, forcing them to, challenging them, forcing them to consider things from a different perspective, and maybe we need to be confrontational towards Monika to challenge her perspective on a thing. So like maybe this option could be good for her. But on the other hand, maybe we want to be nice and maybe put a more positive spin on things and say, hey, doing a new club, awesome. You know? Decisions. Yeah, it's like you say, some choices cannot be undone, etc. Um, um, well, hmm. I think I'm leaning towards the don't judge Masita. I mean, I feel like I've talked a lot about being being confrontational, like like my reasoning behind hypothetically taking the glad you're doing a new club is trying to avoid being confrontational, you know, and just trying to be positive. But on the other hand, hey, maybe we want to be confrontational. Maybe being like confrontational, like a lot of probably I'm going to say most people like to avoid being confrontational. There's some people love confrontation and want to get as much as possible, even when it's not called for, especially when it's not called for. But sometimes being confrontational is good. Sometimes it's an opportunity for growth. Maybe Monica is in a place where she's ready to accept that kind of confrontation, that kind of challenge to her views or whatever. Or maybe she's just going to brush us off again, like she's been brushing everyone off. Maybe will have no consequences. I'm going to go with don't dodge Masita. Here we go. I'm not dodging her. Lies. Please. Like how many weeks has it been since it's been I mean, okay, like the episodes are released 2 weeks apart, but I think it's supposed to be only 1 week in game time. But it's been at least 2 weeks since Mazita tried to reach her. So yeah, sorry, saying that she's not dodging her, that's just a lie. Like, okay, I mean, she's not going to be honest with us, then that's how it is. Anyway, I'm not dodging her, really. It's just something of a difficult and complicated topic. It's something of a difficult and complicated topic, which somehow translate into you're not dodging her. What kind of mental gymnastics do you have to do to say that, well, it's complicated and therefore I'm not dodging her when I avoid talking to her? Anyway. And it'll take some time to sort out. I wouldn't worry too much about it, okay? I'll sort it all out. I always do, don't I? Da-da-da. Right now, though, I have to focus on finishing this fencing club stuff. It'll be time for a poem soon, and I really need to have this finished before club kicks off again. We'll talk soon in more privacy, I promise, okay? Who to check up on? Okay, well... I mean, we can just go through these in order from top to bottom, I guess. Or we can just... Yeah, let's go from... Just do it in order from top to bottom. Yuri. Yuri is reading by herself. She is somewhat tense. What you reading? Oh, hey. This suddenly became the check up on Yuri and Sayori scene. Oh, Sayori, you startled me. Well, only fair then, since you like sneaking up on everyone else so much. I suppose that is fair. I'm reading a collection of Edgar Allan Poe short stories. That's the Raven guy. Or Nevermore and all that. Anyway. Oh, yeah, I've heard of him. Are they good? Oh, yes, they're quite good, if a little unsettling. Unsettling how? Well, in this last one, a man is tied on his back to a table of sorts, and for hours, perhaps days, he sees a large blade above him swinging back and forth, very slightly lower each time. Wow! Yikes! Yikes indeed. And in this one, a man tricks another man down into some underground tunnels. In a small little niche of the tunnels, he chains the man to the rock and then uses brick and mortar to wall him up in the tunnel alive. J.R. Tolkien's good too? Yeah, author of Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and Silmarillion. Anyway, but why? That is not well explained. Some manner of insult or other. Poe does not seem to care too much about the reason for the setting. He just cares for the horror setting itself, putting lavish detail into descriptions of the terrible scenario. And a World War I that's true. Creepy. Yes, that is, after all, the point. I still don't get why you'd want to be scared. Fear, terror, and moral horror are part of being human. Never to acknowledge nor to confront the darkness within us, all is dishonest. Uh-huh. And furthermore, that which is great, beautiful, and lovely within us cannot exist without a tension with its opposite. As Khalil Gibran put it, the deeper that sorrow carves into your being, the more joy you can contain. And something similar happens with horror and beauty. The deeper sorrow carves into your being, the more joy you can contain. Huh. They are merely different faces of the same coin, and the horrible can be beautiful just as surely as the beautiful can be horrible. Yeah, definitely. I've got to get back to MC. Of course. Yuri visibly shudders as she continues reading. Yes, this will work quite well as an idea, I think. I'm sort of presuming she still has the cigarettes on her mind, and she's just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Sorry, haha, okay, Yuri, that's crazy. I'm going back over there now. Yes, that was the impression I got. Anyway, who to check up on? Natsuki. Natsuki is huddled in a desk at the back corner of the room, reading manga. In a desk, not at a desk? Yeah, I mean, I suppose are there the kinds of desks with chairs attached? Oh well, moving on. Haruko, you have the patience of a saint. I definitely wouldn't have given that guy a chance. Da-da-da. At first, anyway. I guess you saw something in him. Da-da-da. I guess you were right about him in the end. But you had no way of knowing it this early in the story. And Sakuragi's kind of a doofus. Da-da-da. Is it really possible to tell if someone's capable of big things even if they seem like a loser? Yeah, I'm not sure what manga. I'm assuming this is a reference to a manga I'm not familiar with. Haruko, Sakuragi. I don't recognize the names. Oh well. If they seem like a loser, man. Talking to myself again. Hopefully not weirding everyone else out. Where's a carefully preserved human skeleton to talk to when your girl really needs one? Sayashi, beloved. Oh, this is the slam dunk manga Yuri bought earlier. Ah, okay, but knowledge of it is not required. Fair enough. True. Yeah, I've forgotten that was a thing last episode. Also, instantly there's an ad break coming up in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. FYI, I'll pause when that comes on. Anyway, Natsuki sighs. You cannot be serious, Sakuragi. I've read this before, and I'm exasperated with you. And finally, Sayori and MC. Frieren? Pretty strong, stronger than Aura the Guillotine. Yes, I remember this scene well. That's the prison scene. I should warn you, I'm pretty strong. Stronger than me. Stronger even than Aura the Guillotine. I doubt that. Oh man, he's gonna get it now. Yeah, you know he's gonna get it. Just having the audacity to challenge Freerun in that scene, in that moment. Yikes. Man, she's kind of ruthless, isn't she? She is. She knows she's doing the right thing, but dang. It's like earlier when she tried to kill that little demon girl, and then Himmel tried to save the girl, then she turned out evil anyway, and Freerun was like, yeah, this is why I'm so callous about them. Yeah, like, didn't that scene, like, just happen? Anyway, she does what she needs to be done, so long as she's convinced it's the right thing. Kind of reminds me of Monika, you think? I mean, definitely she used to be like that a lot. I think she's more mellow now. Just like Freerun. I'm not sure Freerun's quite as softened as Monika yet. Oh, I've become softened, have I? I didn't mean like anything bad. And how did you mean it then? Aw, come on, Monika, you know you've softened a little bit at least. Uh-oh. Z-order issue. Cyber's talking, but Monika's hair is in front of her arm. How will we know that she's talking when Monika's hair is in front of her arm? I'm gonna make a note of that as well. Um, but yeah, I watched season 1 of Free Run Beyond Journeys, and very recently, a good show, good show. Um, yeah, one of the better animes, I think. It it, it um, it has a way, like I've commented on, like anime can be a real mixed bag, uh, at least in part because a lot of animes have, what I term, mandatory anime bullshit. There's certain things that it's like they feel they have to do because it's anime. Look at Joe. Yeah, having the characters focus shows that they're talking. I mean, yeah, that's how you say, yeah. It is very occasional enemy bullshit, but it's extremely there. Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't lean into the mandatory enemy bullshit as it doesn't lean into it as much as it could have. Like there were plenty of opportunities for it to go in that direction, and it just didn't, and that's cool. Anyway, ad break is imminent, so I am going to be right back. And I'm back again. Having the characters focus shows they're talking. I mean, yeah, that's typically what happens. I mean, that's how it's been all through DDLC. To be clear, when I say focused, like the character enlarges when they talk and then shrinks back when they're not talking. That's how it's been throughout DDLC, and also theoretically, the speaking character gets put in front of them. They have a higher Z order. I used to be really picky about that. Like if you look at like True Literature Club or Science No Suicide, I was really picky about it. But that's somewhere along the lines. I think in the Storm I did too. But somewhere along the lines, I kind of stopped caring about that and just left them at whatever Z order. I just trust that when they focus, if like enlarge, that's clear enough. That makes it clear enough who's talking. They don't necessarily need to be in front. But I know Dev Crazy Kaylee is rather picky about that sort of thing, making sure the one who's speaking is in front. Ruthless indeed. Yeah. I sort of figure. I mean, I've gotten used to calling you Dev because that was like the one of the earliest times he said, "Oh, just call me Dev." But it's I feel funny calling you Dev when I'm talking to you outside of like a club meeting stream. So maybe I should call you Dev here, but Crazy Kaylee in other contexts. I answered to both. Yeah. Anyway, where was I? That's how he's a free and is very occasional anime bullshit for that's extremely rare, and or when it doesn't, it's suitable or subtle. Yeah, it's when the anime bullshit occurs, it's unobtrusive. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. It's fine. It still works. Yeah, anyway. I never did that for mine, then again I never did notice doing. Yeah, so seen something a while back, someone was viewing their mod on a separate window whilst coding it in a different window. I mean, yeah, you can do that. I mean, I frequently do that. Do you mean they're viewing it in real time and like editing it while it's on the screen there? I mean, I think there might be an app that does that. Like me, I just like, I'll have the code open and then after typing a bunch of like posing or other coding shenanigans in, I'll test it and then open the game in a separate window for that purpose. When playtesting a mod, I generally have it open in Visual Studio Code so I can make edits. Yeah, that was possible. That would have made my job so much easier. Wait, what? How did you do it then? I mean, to me, it makes sense to just maybe this is why 2 mods is nice. Well, yeah. I mean, I didn't necessarily have to. I've learned to. I sort of can't. At this point, I can't imagine going back and having just one monitor. I've really gotten used to having 2 monitors. Even though this one's a little recessed more than I would like it. I don't know. At some point, I might want to rearrange my desktop or something. It's kind of a small desk, and I don't know. It doesn't really have room for everything where I might want to put it. Excuse me. You can do it with one monitor, really. Yeah. Oh no, I've I mean, I only had monitor for when I was while working on most of my mods. I just have when I test the mod, I open DDLC in a separate window. I'll usually just I'll code in a couple dozen lines of like expressions and posing and so on, and then fire up DDLC, make sure they all look okay, I didn't make any errors, and then repeat as many times as necessary. Once I've gotten up to a point where it's like really far into the mod and it's annoying to skip to that point for testing purposes, I'll put a label called test in and tell it, and put a line at the top that says jump test, so it jumps to the the point that I want to test. I'll just I'll comment out the line that says label test and write a new one in when I want to move on to testing another part. And again, just repeat as many times as necessary. For the really big and unwieldy mods like Storm and Turquoise, which covered multiple days, I I had a special developer version of the mod, which lets you jump to any day, or just run the whole thing. Anyway. Code it, then I playtested, I'd go back and forth between the two. It was developer hell for me. I always had an issue with the quick menu and the text box going missing for folks. Never did figure out how that occurred. You're beginning to acquire more tea, sure. Didn't figure out how the quick menu went away. I mean, there is a line. It's I think if you set quick menu to false, then it makes these buttons down here not appear. I mean, and if you're working from the other the original code, there are some places where it makes the quick menu go away, and then brings it back later. So I don't know, maybe if you got a little copy paste happy with the original code, maybe you put such a line in there somewhere without realizing it. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just spitballing. Anyway, I'm just gonna move on. Come on, Monika. You know you've softened a little bit at least. Well, maybe a little. You would know better than anyone. Yeah. Okay, now she's properly in front. Especially ever since you met Ryan. This look here. You mill it out a lot. The MC's looking unimpressed too. Oh. Did I upset you? I was just joking a little. I didn't mean. No, it's fine, Sayori. I guess that subject is just a sore one for me right now. Everyone likes to assume things about it. I understand. I'm sorry, Monika. And it's okay, Sayori. Don't worry about it. I'll just let you guys get back to free run. Sorry for interrupting. That was stupid. I wish I hadn't said that. Hey, you were just trying to do a little bit of light teasing. You had no way to know that she was sensitive about it. Yes, she did. Welcome back. Something to figure out? For sure. Maybe you need to know a way to know that she was sensitive about it. I mean, that's, I mean, you kind of had a whole conversation about it the previous episode, but whatever. I should have figured it out. I should have. Sorry, suddenly shakes her head vigorously. Okay, I'm not gonna let it get to me. I'm ready to keep free running. That's my girl. Okay, I'm hitting play. Okay, everyone, gather around. Time for poems now, I think. This week we didn't have any prompt, it was just write what you feel like. How do we all feel about a choose your own topic week? Did we like it? I did. Although I ended up writing something pretty familiar seeming, even though I tried not to. Yeah, I like being able to write whatever. I'm not sure I would want to do it every week, but I was able to think of an idea and create it really quickly with no restrictions. Yeah, I agree, although I think that the forced topic is usually a good thing. If we always had to come up with our own idea, I think I'd be paralyzed most of the time. Same. um, yeah, this is why I typically like to have some kind of framework to work within. If you tell me to pick anything, I'm not gonna be able to decide on any one thing. More water. Throat's feeling really weirdly dry today. Not just like not just scratchy and stuff. I don't know. It is pretty dry in here. I mean, humidity is around 20% according to my hygrometer. Which I have a hygrometer which tracks the humidity in here, which is left over from the days when I had a pet snake when it was important to check that sort of thing. But yeah, it gets dry in the winter because it's cold out and therefore the furnace is going full steam and the furnace dries things out. And I'm not convinced the furnace filter is cleaned. I have to talk to my landlord about it. I need to talk to my landlord about a few things. He's hard to get a hold of. Anyway, moving on. I just had to come up with our own idea. I think I'd be paralyzed most of the time, but when you usually have to write to a prompt and are suddenly given freedom, it's really liberating and I felt very creative. I find the prompts highly restrictive in general, so I appreciated a free week. Often what I want to write about does not fit cleanly into any category after all. I was pleased with my work this week. Well, maybe I'm the only one, but I was super struggling with no prompt. I really like the prompts. It makes it easy to hone in on what exactly I want to write about. Nice, easy to pass and follow, I guess. I had to think of an idea for like an hour on this one. Oh, a whole hour. And even then, my idea was pretty shit. I doubt that. No, really. Take a look for yourselves. Oof. Lingering. You struggles about prompts? Yeah. Something to follow? Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, this is why I write mods. Like, if I had to come up with a brand new, like, completely different setting and characters, like, I'd be, too spoiled for choice. I'd be, as MC said, paralyzed. That's the analysis paralysis, as someone else put it. Too many choices, too many possible choices. Like, I don't know what to decide. Having a set bunch of established characters makes it, and in a set established setting, it makes it easier. Anyway, moving on. Through the poem, Lingering. I forgot to do something. I don't know what it is. Something really bad is going to happen because of it. I don't know what that is either. It's out there, coming towards me. I don't know when it's going to get here. I don't know where to look to see it coming. Maybe if I can think hard enough I can remember, but I never can seem to. This is like torture. It ruins my free moments. It torments me even at rest. The whole week is consumed by it. Oh wait, I forgot to write my poem. That's what it was. Okay, and it's called Lingering. Well, there you go. If I just went with an Algiers with British MC that went from there. Yeah, fair. I'll have back in 2020. Hey, and you did a fair bit with it. There's, from what I've seen, there's a lot you did with it. Anyway, moving right along. My poem, that's what it was. Oof. Oh man, I totally get it. That sense of dread, I don't think this is bad at all. I think it's really good. I doubt you get a huge sense of dread about having to write your poem for the week, Sayori. Well, yeah, I don't usually worry about that, but I do worry about stuff. Exactly the way you describe here. I totally get it. Yeah, me too. Especially since college started, there's so much to keep track of. Every day I feel just so much anxiety that something's going to go wrong. And like I'm going to mess everything up forever. Probably not over poems, but just like Sayori said, that feeling in the first 3 verses of the poem is very familiar. I suspect my modding being very inexperienced, the story building has improved. Sure, yeah. Anyway. Uh, I think it's a perfectly serviceable Natsuki poem and that you were too hard on yourself. I appreciate the twist in this one was that the terrible looming problem was just the poem itself. Look, you might not see it this way, but the poem is a big project for me. I stress about it. I'm not saying that we should stop doing poems. I like when it's done, and I've made something, and when people like my poem, I'm super psyched about it. When I need to make one and I haven't done it yet, I definitely stress over it. To this extent, not usually this bad, no. This is a little bit of poetic license. Although, sometimes I do stress pretty bad over it. She also is very secretive about her literature club poem. She does not want me to see it or even ask about it. I think in part because she does not want to be reminded that it needs to be finished. You know me so well. I would say, beloved, that while this is not the best poem you've ever written, it is up to your normal high level of quality. And I agree with the others that you have judged it too harshly. Thanks, babe. Yes, I thought it was very good. Who wants to go next? Sayori? Oh, sure. Mine is kind of a weird one, though. Hell is wishful thinking. I hope hell isn't real. I don't really think anyone deserves it, even the really bad people. Even the really bad people got that way without them choosing it at first. The world is just really hard, and it's easy to mess up really badly. But I get why people want it. Sometimes you look at the world and you see really bad people, and they become so bad that they laugh as they wound. And you can't do anything about it, because a lot of really bad people are really strong and invincible. That's why they're laughing. And it makes you so insane to see it that a hell seems like a good idea. Not even really to punish the bad people, or because you want them to suffer, but because you want the universe to make sense. Oof. Well, I mean, you could say, Sayori's going through some stuff when she wrote this. Hey, it's Spooky Spooky Waters here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? You like the poems from this episode? Cool. Boop. Anyway. I would not normally have expected a poem with such angry tone from you. Is this a function of your improving mental health? Yeah, probably. I didn't used to feel angry very much ever. You can't feel angry if you're focused on how bad you are. But it's happening more now that I feel better about myself, and it turns out there's a lot of stuff in the world to be angry about. Very true. I'm sorry you have to feel this way, but I totally understand this feeling. You feel this way too sometimes, Monika? Oh yeah, a lot of the time. I've gotten used to it. Unfortunately, for better or for worse, nothing magic happens to make the world fair or equitable. Sorry, living through 2025. I mean, I was thinking along those lines, like, maybe no, sorry, he's going through some stuff. Oh, maybe Dev is going through some stuff while writing this. Hell's wishful thinking is very much the 2025 zeitgeist. I mean, yeah. Anyway, maybe we're all going through some stuff. Nothing magic happens to make the world fair or equitable. It'll only have the fairness that you create within it. That sounds like something you'd be better at doing than me. I think we all make the world better in small ways as best we can. Your poems are getting a little less fairy tale, I think. What do you mean? Well, your poems often used to sound like fairy tales or nursery rhymes. That was just your style. This one has a little bit of that. It uses simple words to start, like talking about bad people and messing up, rather than something more... some more Yuri word, no offense. None taken. But then over time it gets more serious and the vocabulary gets more sophisticated. Even within just the poem, the author seems to go from naive to embittered. I thought that was super cool. Thanks. I concur entirely with MC. Double checking to make sure. Make sure Natsuki's button's in front of Monika. Yeah, we're all going through this stuff. Is also the 2025 zeitgeist. Yes. I think giving the author a whole character development arc in 3 stanzas is pretty cool. Definitely used to more structure and rhyming from you, but I think the absence of it works in this one, and that is my critique. And thank you for your critique. Why don't you go next, Natsuki? But she just did. Because I just went, doofus. Oh, right. MC, how about you then? Yeah, sure thing. I feel like mine might be a little different for me, too. Ancestors. People who came before me spent their whole lifetimes building, thinking, stressing, and sweating over things that are everyday now. Keeping food cold, keeping lights on, an irrigation ditch system, a road, a satellite. Each someone's life work. A skipping stone they skipped into the future in hopes it would make someone's life better. To the point where now I take it for granted that irrigation ditch has always been there, and so there's always rice on the shelf. And somewhere one of my ancestors smiles, I hope. So when I dance with their feet, and when I look, I see things they could never have known, and I see it with their eyes, and I see it for their sake, because they deserve a look at their future. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like technology advances at like a crazy rate these days. It's easy to take some things for granted, but yeah, things like a satellite he mentions here, for instance, like. You know, at some point in Earth's history, the first satellite was launched, and nowadays there are so many of them up there. Like, you take it for granted. You can whip out your phone and have, you know, a GPS satellite telling you exactly where you are, and yeah, it's wild to think about. Really, like all the global positioning satellites up. Or orbiting the world now. You know, it took time to build up all the infrastructure necessary to make that all work, and yeah, I don't know. It's a cool to think about sometimes. First photo footage of Earth was taken in 1946. Anyway, moving right along. This is very lovely indeed. It may indeed go right to the front of my preference list of poems authored by you. Oh, neat. High praise from Yuri. Ah, thanks. High praise coming from you. The praise is sincere. The message of this poem resonates for me very much. And for me. The continuity of the human project is a really important thing for me. I don't hold a lot of things very sacred, but the idea that it takes all of humanity working together across time is a really emotionally compelling one for me. Even if it's simulated humanity or humanity in super reality, that idea is a very beautiful one, and you've captured it in very lovely fashion, MC. It's a really mature-sounding poem coming from you. I would have maybe expected Yuri or Monika to write something like this, but now you're getting all serious as a poet. You're way better than me now. Whoa, it may be a good poem, but no way am I better than you. Every single poem you've ever written is better than every single poem I've ever written. That is definitely not true. Yeah, I mean, come on, MC. I get that you want to put Sayori on a pedestal and all, but that statement is reaching a bit there. Not that long ago. Yep. Yeah, 79 years ago, I guess. Man, oh man. Yeah, I don't know. Seriously though, MC's put out some good stuff over the course of this mod. Here we are, 43 episodes deep into this thing. Anyway, that's true. He has, but you are really, really good yourself, Sayo. Anyway, great poem, MC. Agreed. It's some of your best work. I love the way you see the work of other people all around you. It's really touching. And even more so is the responsibility you feel for living a life for them in part. It's really sweet. Yeah, it is a sweet sentiment. Well, I'm glad it was so affecting. Alright, I'll do mine next. Firelight. All beauty everywhere is a flame. Flames are beautiful. They entrance us with their light, their heat, their hypnotic swaying back and forth. But it's all flame, slowed down. Every flower is a little lick of flame. Every song is the tiniest crackle. Every person is a little sway of blue-orange flicker. The only way you can ever see anything is because something is burning to throw light on it. The only way anything is ever worth seeing is because something is burning to make it. All beauty everywhere is a flame. Flames burn quickly. I guess just talking about, Uh, the only way you ever see anything is because something is burning to throw light on it. I mean, yeah, like the sun is burning up there. It's source of most of the light in the world. Flames everywhere. Flames burn quickly. I mean, like the last line thrown on there, flames burn quickly, seems it seems like a decidedly negative tone for everything that came before it. Like, I don't know. Like, for the most part, it's all it's talking about the beauty of the flame that's all around us, but or the results of the flames, I suppose. But that line "flames burn quickly" seems to because she always has to tie things back to this sense of existential dread and reminder that eventually death comes for us all, I suppose. And I don't know, just the phrase "flames burn quickly." It just has a hint of that like everything's over too fast kind of attitude that is typical of her to express. Once again, manga poetry about the second law of thermodynamics. Yes, there you go. Moving on. Ah, I see what you meant when you said it was something typical for you, but I am not sure it is quite. Obviously, your unending melancholy about entropy remains, but in a way, it's beautiful in its simplicity. It is quite reductive, as might be expected from you, and yet, in its reduction, it exposes a great deal of fundamental beauty at the heart of reality. Such is the goal of poetry. Very well done. Yeah, I too have a bunch of pretentious intelligentsia shit to say. Kidding, babe, I love you. Of course. I don't know. It's hard for me to describe what I like best about this. I think it's very Monika. Her poems feel rhythmic even though they don't really have a strict meter sometimes. She doesn't overwhelm you with words either. It's very pinpoint, I guess. Like you enunciate the words even in your mind. Not sure that makes sense. It makes complete sense, and it's very much intentional, so I'm happy to hear you take that away from the poem. Just out of curiosity, why is it that you write so often about this topic? I mean, I get that it's a thing you think about a lot and takes up a lot of space in your brain, but when you write a poem, is it just a thing you have as your go-to? No, it's not even intentional, really, and honestly, it doesn't take up that much brain space, as you put it. I mean, if you say so. It does seem to be the thing that you keep coming back to, though. Anyway, it's just that when I go to write a poem, when I do that in particular, that's all I end up thinking about. It needs a really strong prompt to get me to think about something else. I guess I'd say it takes up a bunch of the brain space that I look through when I'm trying to think of a poem. Don't you think you'd be happier if you worried less about, everything? Yeah, I probably would be. Yeah, there's sorry, a little jumping in with meddling with Monika's sense of control again. Being a little pushy about that today, anyway. But I can't help it. I'm not even sure I want to stop worrying about it. Sorry, I'm trying to shift my chair here. Not thinking about it and worrying about it feels like giving into it. But if the whole point of the disorder thing is that there's nothing you can do about it, what do you gain by worrying about it? Isn't it better to just not worry about it and enjoy the ride? Isn't that what would make for the biggest overall happiness in your philosophy? Maybe so, but I'm not sure I'm capable of not worrying about it, even if I tried. Anyway, enough about me. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a question I ask myself a lot. I mean, like, yeah, wouldn't it be great if I could just, like, not worry about things? That would be cool. I mean, I don't worry about entropy and the heat death of the universe or whatever, or or mortality in general. But there are a lot of things, but like, I mean, just random minor example like, compared to like entropy, but just on a general level, like trying to get things done on my to-do list for the week. You know, like I mean, I have bi-weekly therapy sessions, and we try to set goals that I want to have accomplished before next session, um, and like my typical pattern is to like worry about and stress about the thing that I need to do for the entirety of the 2 weeks and then get it done at the last minute. And it's like, you know, wouldn't it be great if I could just do it on day one and then sidestep the 2 weeks of worry? But that doesn't really work for me either, because when I get my goals done early, that puts a different stressor in my mind. It's a feeling of I don't know, I could have done it better, or I could have done more, or I don't know. There's still this nameless anxiety at the back of my mind that there's something I should be doing, and I don't know. Anxiety disorders are a mess. What could I say? Like it's like, yeah, you know, as Suri says, like, there's nothing you can do about it. What do you gain by worrying about it? Well, sure, but it's easier said than done to like just shut off the part of your brain that worries about those things, you know? Like, yeah, it would be nice if I can just shut down the part of my brain that's worrying and just enjoy time off after having done the thing that I intended to do. You know, probably enjoy whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's. I don't even know if I have a solution. This is something I struggle with, like week after week. Uh, I would simply not worry about the end of all things. Well, yeah, skill issue and all that, right? um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like just yeah, and this is a bit of exchange here. Like MC's saying it seems to be taking up a lot of space in your brain, and Monica's like, I don't think it takes up a lot of brain space, because it's just that it's the only thing I want to write about. When it comes time to writing, it's the only thing I want to write about. Which, you know, I guess fair enough, but I don't know. Like, it's sort of, I guess it sort of raises the question of what would it look like for it to not take up brain space? And I think, you know, Monika can't even really envision a state where she's not worrying about it or thinking about it. So like the question, I don't know, she probably doesn't like consciously think of it in terms of, oh, this is taking up brain space. You know, it's just sort of automatic for her. I don't know. And move right along. Anyway, enough about me. Let's hear Yuri's poem, As You Wish. And when she said "as you wish," it secretly meant "I love you." I don't know, Princess Bride reference. Moving on. The pit. In darkness, I came on a greater darkness, a deep well I could not see the bottom of, in a pitch black room. It does not have raised walls or a roof. It is just a hole in the ground, a pit to nowhere. In its downward tunnel, an ever-contracting set of rings, the stonework of this well focusing downward. I do not speak of what's at the bottom of the well, for I do not know what is at the bottom of the well. I do not know if the well has a bottom, or if it opens suddenly onto a greater darkness still deep beneath the earth. Here I circle warily around the edge, in fear lest I fall, or disturb it in carelessness, not knowing that the pit was placed there for that exact purpose, for darkness that will cure ills, an unending pit into blackness, out of which light will come. Well, that was something. Yuri is left-handed, though? Left-handed, though? Oh. Right. The Princess Bride reference, I get it. Feels like a poetry? Yeah. I wouldn't say I don't know. What does it mean to be good at poetry, I guess? I mean, I don't know. Something that you want, something that evokes an emotional response, I suppose. And it's gonna mean different things to different people. Yeah, I don't really have any advice to offer with that. What the heck is this about, though? And different people have different opinions about poetry even for. Well, yeah. That is also a fair point. I am not left-handed. I'm sorry, I'm just caught up with the Princess Bride reference in my mind now. Anyway, yeah, poem. Pitch black is what is this about? What is going on here? I guess it's, it's a Yuri poem, so is this maybe this isn't about a specific thing for her. It's just a reflection on a feeling. She's trying to evoke a feeling. By talking about this scene of infinite blackness, or a hole to source of infinite blackness. What I view it as communicating an idea efficiently, skillfully with simple, artful words, rather than with essays. A poem actually is about something specific she has in mind. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're going to say that specifically she has in mind, I mean, the thing that she has in mind, seemingly, is Natsuki's cigarettes. So maybe maybe the cylinder that's the well is actually a cigarette itself. Inky blackness. Give hints, answers to musings only if prompted. Oh yeah. No, fair enough. In fear lest I fall into serpent and chaos, not knowing that the pit was placed there for that exact purpose. For darkness that will cure ills, an unending pit into blackness out of which light will come. An unending pit into blackness out of which light will come. Yeah. I mean, other alternatives to the cigarette issue, like there's I mean, like there are other sources like confusion or things that she just doesn't know about, like the things like last episode there was a conversation between Yuri and Natsuki about the nature of attraction. Yuri being demisexual and Natsuki being bisexual, and trying to sort out all the feelings that come from that, and I don't know if that relates or connects with us in any way. I don't know. It's just I'm just because it's talking about greater darkness. Like, I don't speak of it at the bottom because I don't know it's at the bottom. Don't know if it even has a bottom. Like, it could be some kind of metaphor for her lack of understanding of a topic. I don't know. I'm just musing randomly at this point. I'm just gonna move on. Mysterious. It's been a while since a Yuri poem where I had no idea what's going on. I guess you're not just going to tell us, right? Sorry. No idea what was... Okay. Thought I saw a typo, I was mistaken. Anyway. Right. Well, it's a really hard one for me to figure out. The bit seems spooky, like maybe it's a bad thing, but then it turns out to be a darkness out of which there is light, I guess? Maybe the whole thing is a metaphor about how bad circumstances have good consequences? A plausible interpretation. The pit or well is even carefully designed and wrought. Perhaps bad circumstances were the intent, a means to reaching the good consequences. But then why is there so much detail about the well? I did not say your interpretation was correct, merely that it was plausible. Very pleasant read, this one. It isn't just defiantly opaque and meaningless. It kind of tantalizes you to get closer and try to understand it. It's very inviting as poems go. Yeah, I get that. A most lovely compliment, thank you. You know, I think I actually have a half-decent guess as to what's going on here. I think I have like a 65% chance that I've got it right, but I might be wrong. Plus, if I was right and I told Yuri would be sad that I made her poem obvious. Sure you're not just afraid of guessing wrong? Shut up. Nah, that's not it. I just don't want to spoil the magic if I'm right. Which I might not be, to be fair. Go poem though, babe. I liked it. And I did too. Yuri's all about the reader's imagination. This is very vivid for me. I can hear the tap of stone, the blink of water in the distance, maybe down the well. Plus the general psycho-emotional state it puts you in is very interesting. Okay, I thought I saw something. Okay. Anxious and yet hopeful. Like, perhaps you know you have to go through some fearful experiences, but there's something positive at the other end? I would say that is another entirely plausible interpretation, and I am very pleased at how you envisioned the scene. I believe you and I envisioned similar things with regard to these words. Maybe so. Perchance. Da-da-da. Now, come on, is no one else? I don't going to say it. Say what? You know, you can't just say perchance. That's what people say. But you can just say perchance. That's not the... Forget it. You can't just say perchance, Natsuki. Nah, forget it. No point now. We lost the moment for it. I mean, is that a reference to something? You can't just say perchance? I mean, Natsuki's right. The moment was lost. Oh well. Well, time enough then for us to answer some emails from the real world and then wrap up. Just another classic Natsuki moment? Sure. Give us just a moment to set up. And then we play the Daijoubu song. Oh, that's the title of the song. Anyway, all set. Well, let's get started then. As usual, this is your reminder that you can write to us and we'll take some time out of each meeting to answer emails from everyone. We get to most folks' emails eventually, so be patient. The email address is lit.club.pres.monika@gmail.com. And with that, let's see the first email for today. Yo, what's up? I don't know how to write good emails. I don't know how to write well in general, so please excuse my skill issues at writing. Natsuki, what are your opinions on Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail? We're getting into the specific franchises again. Yeah, I'm feeling... It's feeling really dry in here. Like, I take a breath and, like, my throat feels instantly dried by it. It's uncomfortable. Anyway. If you like and play Honkai Star Rail, how do you like the free Doctor Ratio? What's your favorite character in both games? My favorite is in Genshin Impact is Hu Tao, and Honkai Star Rail, I'm not completely sure, but right now it's Kafka. Fun little story. I got Hu Tao as my first 5-star on my birthday. One of the reasons I love her so much. Monika, do you watch any anime? I feel like you would like some slice of life animes. I also gotta say I really like your long hair. Would you like slice of life animes? It doesn't really seem like it would. I mean, going by club meetings canon, it doesn't seem like that would be Monika's speed. Monika's yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Also, questions to you all. Do you know that there are mods of DLC that are made for the player to talk to each of you? For example, just Monika or just Natsuki. I think you mean Monika After Story, not just Monika. Is there another mod called Just Monika? I guess it wouldn't surprise me. Anyway, what is your favorite game if you have one? Mine is Terraria. Do you guys watch and like VTubers? Like, for example, Coder, who is most likely reading this right now. Amazing. Do you know about Fumos, especially two Fumos? Also, do you know about the Toby Fox and Zune collab, the creator of Undertale and Deltarune and the creator of the two franchise? Hope you're all doing great. I'm not sure how to end this email, so take this Fumo face and be as smug as it is. And there's an emoji. And oh yeah, I would also like a Discord invite if that's okay. So Monika before story, I mean, we do not talk about that mod. Yeah, that's the mod that's by Camp and Carl, the former owner of the DDLC modding subreddit and Discord, who turned out to be doing inappropriate things with children in the community, we'll say. Moving right along. Hey, it looks like the first part is for Natsuki. Nah, I don't play much gacha. Right, Creepy Carl, yes. Sayori and MC got me playing Uma Musume. Is Uma Musume? I heard it pronounced Uma Musume, but I kind of like the pronunciation Uma Musume. It makes I don't actually know how it's pronounced. Uma Musume? Uma Musume? There. Sorry, MC got me playing Uma Musume a while back, but it only stuck a little. I like the Uma Musume anime better. Uma Musume? Fine. It's funny word. This is the one about the horse girls, as I recall. I haven't played it, not exactly familiar with it, but I'm a little familiar with it. I watched a bit of gameplay of it just to see what it's about, and a surprising amount of work has gone into it. Is it showing anime in disguise? Oh, okay. Showing sports anime? Yeah, fair enough. Interesting. Maybe we see anime better. Just not a gacha fan, I think. I did try Genshin for a little bit, but same thing. Just wasn't that into it. Never played Honkai. I did play a little bit of Zenless and thought it was pretty fun, but it didn't really get me addicted much or anything. Yeah. Speaking for myself, I know a bit of Genshin Impact because I watched Code stream some of it, and also a Charizard, my IRL friend who streams sometimes, was playing it a while back. She hasn't played in a while. She's been mostly into Kingdom Hearts lately. Yeah, Zenless Zone Zero, I know it's another one of those gacha games. Yeah, I'm only vaguely aware of Honkai Star Rail. I saw a very interesting and compelling ad or trailer for Honkai Star Rail that seemed to be. It almost seemed like a villain origin story kind of trailer. I don't even know if it was intended as such, but it was interesting. I think I bookmarked it. I could probably bring it up. Although, in my experience, trying to bring up other pages while I'm streaming sometimes crashes OBS, so I'm afraid to bring it up right now. But I played the game expecting to have a laugh, and now I'm like, I actually have to play this game because it's good. Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Didn't really get me addicted much or anything, but yeah, in general, gacha's just not my jam. Not super rich, and grinding to get pulls is not my favorite. Monika, your turn. I see. Do I like any anime? Not usually. The only one I've ever seen all the way through was Neon Genesis Evangelion. I did really like that one, though. I had a lot of empathy for Gendo. That's it. You latched on to Gendo? Well, I guess you're Monika. I mean, I've talked about before. Like, I watched the original series of Neon Genesis Evangelion. I didn't watch the new one, the remake remaster thing. But yeah, like Shinji was the one that I was immediately like empathetic to, because he's like clearly depressed and has a lot of pressure on him as as a child soldier and stuff. And just he doesn't really have anyone to connect with. And the people in his life don't really get to support him in ways that he really needs. Like he needs serious, he needs therapy, and um, yeah. I mean, the one character who might have given him what he needs reaches an unfortunate end, and I'm probably maybe that's being too spoilers to say such a thing, but it's like I don't know. I don't know. It's just I just see a lot of tragedy in his whole storyline, and I just feel that he deserved better, But yeah, Gendo, Shinji's father, the neglectful father. Well, yeah, not just neglectful. He's absolutely using Shinji, and Shinji just wants some approval and some kind of relationship with his father, and he just does not get it. So it's interesting that Monika's latching onto Gendo as the one to feel empathy for. Major Katsuragi seems familiar somehow, but I can't put my finger on why. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, because Makoto Katsuragi is sort of inspiration for a lot of Miss Ida's behaviors, particularly like the throwing back beers at the end of the day kind of deal. Like empathize with Gendo's overall aim/feeling. What? Because it's also nebulous, and we don't. Do we even really know what Gendo's motivations are? Like, it's hard to comment on without being spoilerish. I'm not. I mean, he's certainly someone who desires control over everything. Like even the board that he reports to, he's making moves to usurp control over them. And yeah, Shinji is like his own son is just totally a means to an end for him. Completely using his desire for his father's affection or attention. We do find out what Gendo's motivations are depending on how much of EVA you've seen. Well, like I said, I mean, I watched the original series, and I watched End of Evangelion, like that movie there. I didn't watch the new series. I watched one episode, and then it reminded me to feel depressed about Shinji, and then I didn't feel like watching more. I don't know, maybe I should pick it up again. I could. There's nothing stopping me from just picking it up again. But yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of never seen that. Okay, yeah, it's just wild that Monika would latch onto the. I hesitate to use the word abusive, but he is kind of abusive. It's like the neglectful kind of abuse, though. Like he's not directly horrible to Shinji. He just doesn't really care what Shinji thinks or feels, and just wants to use him for his own ends. But yeah, I guess I don't know. Maybe Monika just feels empathy for the person who wants control of everything. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. I had a lot of empathy for Gendo, and really for everyone in that show. Terrible circumstances. Usually, though, I'm much too busy to spend hours of time watching anime or anything else on TV. Just the way things are. Thank you for the compliment about my hair. I do try to take good care of it. I don't do quite as much as poor Yuri has to do, but it's still a lot. I've been considering cutting it shorter, but we'll see. And suddenly there's an ad break coming up in 1 minute and 1 second. I'll pause when that comes on. Anyway, and let's finish up with questions for all of us. Yeah, we know about the Just mods. Monika After Story is obviously the most prominent. I don't really play them. I feel kind of sorry for that, Monika. I feel the same. I don't really play DLC mods. Me either. Me either. Next up, favorite game. I think we've answered it before, but just throw something out there based on how you feel today. Mine is Spy Party, like I said before. Nintendo stuff, Mario Kart maybe. Changes a lot. I've talked a lot about Vidya on here. Crusader Kings. I do not usually play video games. As far as I know, I'm the only person here interested in VTubers. They appeal to me for obvious reasons. I used to follow Kazuna Ai and a few others. I remember her. I haven't seen anything from her in a while. I guess YouTube algorithm. Is she still doing stuff? I haven't seen anything from her in a while, and I don't know, maybe YouTube algorithm has just stopped recommending her for whatever reason. Not so much these days. Like I said, I just don't have the time. I heard about the collab between Toby and Zune, and I know what a Fumo is. Ad break is imminent. I was hoping to finish the email before the ads come on, but maybe I'll just take the break right now. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Welcome back. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I've never seen this anime. Yeah, sorry, I guess minimal explanation. Yeah, Neon Genesis Evangelion is, it's an anime about, it's a rather old anime. It was from, what time period was that from? Was that from the 90s? Or was it sooner? Or was it earlier than that? Like, I'm trying to, it might have been the 80s. It's from a while back. 90s, yeah. Like, I'm just saying that like the music style is very like late 80s, early 90s kind of era. But and animation and art style. Just a simple mecha anime. I mean, that's one way to put it. Yeah, no, it's about characters. The characters get in giant mecha robot things and fight monsters in like futuristic cities. The nature of the monsters is not clear, at least not at first. They refer to as angels, and each one is different. And yeah, child soldiers are involved. The plot revolves around a lot around Shinji, who is sounds like Gundam. Yeah, I haven't watched Gundam. I hear that Gundam is an anti-war show. That's like all I know about it, aside from, you know, mecha space battles and stuff, or something like that. Much more focus on the difficulties of the characters. Yes, very much so. Like the whole mecha fighting aspect of Evangelion is like it's there, but the focus is more on the characters for sure. Mecha are kind of incidental, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it deals a lot with depression. Well, like it doesn't acknowledge depression, but Shinji is clearly depressed. Like I do believe the author of the show or the manga, it was based on a manga. Most animes are based on mangas. I do recall that I don't know, the writer, somebody involved in the creation process, said that they wanted to do something about depression. Like they wanted to make something that dealt with depression, because it was something they struggled with. And yeah, even though it doesn't directly acknowledge depression, it is very evident, like that Shinji is depressed, as he, you know, he tries to figure out how to navigate this situation that he's in. The anime was first? Ah, neat. Okay. Anyway, moving right along. Sayori might know what a Fumo is, but other than that, no one probably would. Yeah, I know about Fumos. I have no idea what the Fumo means. Anyway, sometimes I wanted one, but I already have so many stuffed toys. And that's it. Thanks for the email. Hi, this one is for Sayori. How is everything going with your depression? I hope everything is going well for you. Grand McLegend. I'm still depressed. I mean, I always will be, I guess. It's just something I have to deal with. But don't worry, I'm getting better at dealing with it. There are going to be some good times and some bad times, which isn't too different from life when you're not chronically depressed, I guess. It just is a little darker and blacker for me sometimes, and it creeps up on me more often if I'm not careful. But I'm doing okay. A lot better than I used to. Thanks for asking about me. Ooh, long one here. Hi Monika, I hope things are going well for you. I just want to congratulate you on your graduation and finally breaking out of the time loop you were stuck in. I am so happy for you, although I am sad that I didn't get to chat with you in this past season as much as we typically do. Oh dear, is this one of those is this one of those writers who's like obsessed with Monika After Story and so on? Oh dear. Anyway, don't get me wrong, Yuri is great, but she is a distant second compared to you. You'll always be my number one. Sorry, Yuri, you are awesome though, and I hope you keep being awesome. Oh, and your mod in the past season was so moving to me. I was honestly in tears throughout the entirety of it because I really thought I was saying goodbye to the literature club and most importantly you. I'm really happy this did not turn out to be the case. Anyway, on to some questions. Yes, detailed list of who is your favorite is very normal and healthy. I know, right? um, yeah, I mean, Monika's mod, I can see it being very moving if you go into it expecting it's the end and is like wrapping up everything. Yeah, I mean, I went into this whole series knowing that there was a season 4 coming, so it didn't really have that effect on me. There was a kind of funny moment when Dev made a comment in chat during that mod. It said something like, "Hey, thanks everyone for pretending that there was going to be a season 4 for Tormu's benefit," or something like that. And it's funny joke and all, but I can't deny it did make me feel a wave of like oh man, what if this was the end? Like it did because like that whole episode, like episode 36 does it really lays it on thick of this feeling of like this is the end, yeah. I said I can't recapture it for the collection, but I really was trying to play up that sense of wistfulness. Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, I don't know. It's hard to define or describe the feeling that it elicited. Yeah, I mean, okay, how do I put it? Like I don't know if this is a topic I should be getting into right now. I mean, we're episode 43. Presumably there are going to be 48 episodes. At which point it's going to actually be the end. I mean, until the season 4 collection, which will probably have some more extras and stuff. Probably, if the pattern holds. Who really knows? Yeah. I mean, Dev did make a comment at one point, like on the Discord, I think, that they're going to miss the series when it's actually done, because it really has been a long journey. I mean, you've been working on this thing for years, but yeah, I don't know. It awakens some complex feelings that I'm not sure how to express. It's like I mean, obviously, I think it goes without saying that DDLC has been my hyperfixation for a while. I think maybe it's wearing off. I don't know. I mean, I've made 9 mods. One of them came out earlier this year, and I'm not ruling out the possibility of making a 10th one. Series could end when they've got a family. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for plenty of people, like, for plenty of people, like, they play DDLC once and say, that was really cool, and then they just move on to the other thing and never think about it again. That's probably the more common, normal response. Some people have, this hyper interest, like this is really cool. I'm gonna make a mod to explore this concept some more, and then their interest just flares and dies, and then they don't even finish the mod, and then they just drift away from the modding community. That's also pretty common. And there's certain people that just linger for years, for better or worse, and I seem to be one in that category. As much as, like in a lot of ways, I feel like it would be healthier to distance myself, especially from the modding arm of the community, because like I mean, not everyone is bad there, but there's an unfortunate amount of toxicity. There's an unfortunate amount of bigotry present in the modding community for whatever reason, and like like which frequently leaves me feeling like, why am I still hanging around there? There I go, using the H word. Sticking around though, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, they're like I've barely interacted at all in the actual, well, in the at least in the Discord side of the modding community, I've barely interacted at all, except in like dev server, where I'd say I'm fairly active in there, because the server for this mod is a very friendly and welcoming place, and it's a cool place to hang out. What am I getting at here? I am rambling a bit. I was trying to make a point, and then I started rambling. Trying to make it pretty nice. Yeah. Came into the community after the whole card debacle. Oof. Yeah. Existed bigotry and petty. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of unfortunate stuff associated with the modding community. Unfortunately, I mean there are still good people there. The trouble is, like, a lot of good people left when the Carl debacle went down, for completely understandable reasons. Like, they didn't want to be associated with it, which, completely understandable. But like, I guess I'm just kind of in a mental, emotional place where like I don't want to drop my hyperfixation unless I have something else to replace that hyperfixation with, I guess. Like, like there's this feeling of, if I don't have this creative outlet to express myself with, then I don't know. Like, I feel like I need to have. I feel like I need to have some kind of creative project. It doesn't necessarily have to be DDLC. If it isn't this at the moment, I don't know what it would be. Notable controversy was someone involved with Zero. Yeah, I was in a server when everything was revealed. Oof. Yeah. Fundamental problem with the DDLC line community is that 80% of the people have the maturity of a 15-year-old, and the other 20% don't really moderate or set expectations. Yes, that's. I think that's a fair assessment. Being the neutral zone, since that happened, avoid any drama, and focus on my own work. Fair. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Yeah. Yeah. What am I trying to get at, though? Yeah, like. It's like I had a conversation with my therapist back in the day while I was working on Doki Doki Storm. Like, I wrote the scene where Yuri throws out her knives and is crying while she does so. I remember writing that scene, and I was like crying while writing it, and I mentioned that to my therapist, and a different therapist that I have now. He said, he asked me, why is that? Like, why did that make you cry writing that scene? This is like, oh, this is interesting, and I guess it's kind of like, I don't know. There's some finality in it, like for Yuri, like throwing out her knives, because like, she knows she needs to get rid of them because they're facilitating her self-harm habit that she wants to stop doing. Like, she knows it's bad for her, but and yet getting rid of them is also painful to her. And I don't know, on some level, I guess I'm relating to that in my own life, like what things are, like, self-destructive coping mechanisms that I engage in. Okay, like maybe spending time in the DDLC modding community could be one of them. Maybe playing video games is one. You know, like like for me, a lot of the time that I play games not because I enjoy them. I'm trying to distract myself to feel numb to the world because of all the depression and anxiety and whatever going on up here. Like like I'm not doing it for enjoyment. I'm just doing it to feel numb, which isn't the world's worst coping mechanism, but maybe there are some that are better. And like the notion of question of why did it make me cry writing the scene where Yuri throws away the knives? Like I guess I sort of try to imagine myself in that situation of like, say, what if I like got rid of video games? What do I fill that void with? What, like then I have nothing to distract me from the like the pain of depression and anxiety and everything that brings. And it's like saying goodbye to the end of a series is not. It's not just. It's not just like, oh, I'm sad it's over. It's like, what do I do with myself now? What is my creative outlet? What do I do to stave off the horrors that are in my mind? I guess, whether it's playing a video game to feel numb or engaging in a creative project to, help me feel other things, or to, get that sense of catharsis of dealing with an emotional subject through writing, through dealing with it through these fictional characters. Yes, indeed, the horrors. Yes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm making sense. Let's catch up on chat over here. Under the radar in the community, anyhow. Yeah, fair. Yeah, it's been successful. You cry. You never saw that in your storm playthrough, did I not? Oh, okay. Do you know what hyperphantasia is? Hyperphantasia. Not sure exactly. I mean, I can sort of guess the meaning from context, but feel free to talk about it in any case. Did I not mention in my storm playthrough that part made me cry? Maybe. Now suddenly I want to rewatch my. I don't remember what I talked about in there. But yeah, I don't know. It was. I do remember like that particular scene. I wrote like I didn't necessarily write the mod in order, but one day I just woke up with that scene fully formed in my mind, and I wrote it down like on my phone before getting out of bed. It just kind of all came to me at once. Extremely vivid mental imagery? Okay, fair enough. 100% sure I've got, since I can't write anything without having the scenes play out in front of me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I can't really comment on that unless I read up on it, I guess. But yeah, I was kind of slowly, laboriously trying to get at a point. Yeah, I don't know. What am I trying to say here? I guess. Yeah, it's the whole. You're sort of hearing some unfiltered thoughts here. I'm trying to parse through what I'm feeling and thinking on the subject. Even though I've sort of had time to think about it, it's hard to put into words, like how it's all connected. Like the yeah, it's just like the end of a thing. It's painful in the sense of like it's just it's not just the idea that it's over. It's the thought that I need to find something to replace it with now. I need to find some other creative project or some other outlet to to deal with all the things that I'm feeling, whether it's generalized depression or if it's anxiety about the state of the world, because there's a lot to be anxious about in the world these days, or or anxiety about just general situation, like I think it's just it's funny, like Dev just made this off the cuff comment about, haha, I'm so glad everyone pretended that there was going to be a fourth season. And just for a moment, I just felt this wave of that feeling of like, man, what if it really was over? And like, yeah, what do you replace it with, and all that, like all of that feelings just suddenly hit me for a moment. I don't know. It's something I think about sometimes, I guess. I do think there'd be some benefit in moving away, and this is something I have commented on before, that like I have a number of talented friends who would gladly join with me and help me out in making some non-DDLC project if I could come up with something, if I could just had some good idea that I could get everyone to rally behind, I've got some ideas that are sort of half-formed rattling around in here, but I don't know. That's something I think about sometimes. I just yeah, I don't know. I've probably prattled on enough about this. I'm sure I'll have more opportunity to talk about the depressing feeling of things ending in good time. Anyway, moving right along. We were reading the email here, and they made the comment about saying goodbye to Literature Club and crying during it. Yes. One, so how do you think college life will differ from high school life? Or if you are already there by the time you read this, how has college life differed from high school life? Have you decided on a major yet, or what you want to do career-wise? I asked about the career thing before, but I was just wondering if that changed since you broke out of the time loop. And two, okay, this question is a follow-up question from my last email, and I hope this one is not too complicated or I overlooked something in a previous episode, and I will completely understand if you really don't know why this is, but I have to ask. When I asked you in my previous email about what you thought about the side stories version of yourself, you told me that you are her and you have those memories. How did you get those memories? Sorry. I was momentarily like talking about how do you think college life, etc. I was momentarily in a state of I guess they're asking everyone in the club, and then they said you and her. They're talking singularly. I realized, oh wait, this person is still directing everything at Monika personally. Okay. Anyway, you already have those memories. How did you get those memories? To my understanding, in plus VMware, for goodness sake, you're asking about the specifics about how things work when it's all made up, and all the rules of how it works are made up anyway. Well. Hey, something you can think of? Sure, yeah. So it was DLC as we know it, and VM2 is supposed to be you if the knowledge of the nature of your world and your administrative abilities was suppressed from you. I'm wondering if I must have missed something because I'm rather confused on how you have those memories. I thought you and her were two different versions of, well, you. Like, I'm sorry. Like, questions like this, Michael, are you, like, they make me go, like, dude, like, are you reading the words that are on the screen? Like, did you pay attention to anything that people are saying? Like, this question has actually already been answered multiple times. And the fact that they're talking about college, that means you've already gotten to the end of season 3. So this is, like, this has been brought up multiple times and been addressed multiple times. Like, I kind of wonder about questions like this. Indeed it has, yeah. Like, whatever. I'm, you know, like, things like that. I'm reminded of, like, the video for my mod Turquoise that was done by that Content Mill channel, like, you know, Tabishi or Canemonger. There's this one person who made a very lengthy comment that clearly showed they did not pay the slightest attention to the mod, like, at all. I mean, it's the kind of thing I can easily pick apart top to bottom and show, wow, you were not paying attention. And it's nothing but complaints about the mod, and it's all due to they have no idea what was going on. And it's funny because there are a lot of people who liked the comment, and you know, and it's entirely it's entirely possible. Like my sort of assumption that I'm tempted to take is like, well, it's they probably liked the comment because they saw, oh, this person's wrote a long comment and they dislike it, therefore I should like the comment because they also dislike it. And it's like, did they also not pay attention to the mod? Or are they just jumping on that particular bandwagon because the mod is about a same-sex ship and there's, you know, rampant bigotry in the community, and they want to automatically dislike things that feature, you know, two women in a relationship? But hey, you know, getting questions like this that have already been answered multiple times makes you go, hey, you know what? Maybe there really is a rash of people who just did not pay the slightest attention to anything that they were watching or reading. You know, maybe just maybe the community is just chock full of people with no attention span, and they're just not. Is that terribly condescending of me to say? I don't know. Like, there's some things to wonder about. She has made clickbait titles for the videos. Yes. Clickbait is what that particular YouTuber is all about, for sure. Hard on for hitting 6. Yeah. I don't know. I'm being a little petty and mean here. It's just it's I don't know. I wonder about these things. Like, I'm tempted to assume it's probably just bigotry, and they just didn't give it a second thought. But I don't know. Anyway, I'm just gonna move on. I just missed something because I'm rather confused how you have those memories. I thought you knew you're two different versions of, well, you. 3. This question is a bit easier to digest. Out of all your memories from the side stories, is there any particular memory from that you cherish the most? Were all of them equally important to you? And I right-click to bring more. Well, that's it for me now. I love you so much, Monika. I'm looking forward to seeing you as you begin your journey through college. I hope to see you again soon. Stay sweet and take care, Michael. Oh, a little bit of a longer one. Let me read this. Hang on. Don't forget, you can right-click to hide my text box. Okay. I'll start out by saying that I'm glad I'm your favorite. Glad you like everyone else too. We try not to compare ourselves too much, and thank you for your congratulations. I'm glad you liked my mod. It was a little tongue-in-cheek because I, at least, knew that we weren't saying goodbye. But I'm glad you liked it. Your first question was how college is different from high school. It's a lot more professional, I guess. You are expected to manage your own affairs. It's less formal, but more businesslike, I guess. And for me, anyway, it's even busier than it was before. Is that so? We haven't seen a lot of that busyness. I guess you just have to take your word for it. But I'm used to being busy. No, I haven't really decided what I'm going to do major-wise yet. I'm only a freshman, plenty of time to figure that out. And what to do with my life in here, especially since I can halt the progression of time and reinstate the time loop if we feel like we're moving too fast. Let's see. Oh, how does it work that we get the side stories memories when VM1 is normal DDLC and VM2 is our lives without any medium awareness, you ask? You realize that DDLC Plus is itself a game, right? And that Metaverse is just a narrative framework which exists to justify the presence of the virtual machine, which in turn exists to make DDLC's narrative work on consoles? Oh, wow, we're doing that level of fourth wall breaking here? I mean, yeah, that's the purpose of the existence of the whole Metaverse thing? Monika keeping it extremely real, yeah. I mean, usually these like these answers to emails try to keep up the kayfabe of, oh, we are actual people who are living in a simulation and we're interacting with you, and not this. They just wrote this as a narrative framework because they wanted to crack the console market. Anyway. My life in here is just endlessly tied to these narratives, and my memory is shifting and subject to them. You get used to it. I mean, really, the real answer is because the writer said so, but anyway. In DDLC Plus, it certainly is two different versions of me, but in here, with the system we have in our world now, I incorporate a lot of different narratives. I have the memories from all the different endings of DDLC, for instance, and MC has the memories from going down each of the other three girls' routes. We're all slaves to the narrative, you might say. Oh, ha ha. But yeah, hopefully that clears things up a little. As to which of the side story memories is my most cherished, well, all of them are obviously very precious to me. But being trusted by Sayori with her biggest secret was obviously a big deal to me. Sayori and I have been very close ever since we met. Natsuki, MC, and Yuri are all extremely close friends, of course. But the side story with Sayori was special for me. Because we'll get to having Monika say, yeah, writer said so, that slaves to the narrative line. Yes, exactly. Aw, thank you. Thanks for your email, Michael. Is it his birthday today? Not that I know of. Cake and ice cream is on its way. Yes. Moving on. Okay, was that a reference to something? Okay, I'm lost. Whatever. Dear Lit Club, I wrote a little poem today since it was raining. I would like to hear your thoughts about this poem. Sincerely, Joshua, Crazy Joshua. Here's the poem. Simple thunderstorm, let it rain, let it pour, so this world which I abhor shall be washed anew, and be a slate unused after the simple thunderstorm. His reference, don't worry about? Yeah, fair. Ah, hello again, Josh. It's a short enough poem, just give us a moment to read. Yeah, it is a simple one, as you say. Very clear metaphor and idea. But who will use the blank slate after all you abhor is washed? I wonder. I like the rhyme scheme. AABBA with some very soft rhymes. Works pretty well. Could scan better though. Right now, a few of the lines you really have to lyrically rush to make it fit. Like for instance, you could cut and B from the fourth line to make it scan much better. Stop being such a nerd about meter. The poem is fine. Short form poetry is always good stuff. Nice work. But like Yuri says, what about the actual meaning? If everything gets washed away, what's the point of a blank slate? Maybe he only wants some stuff washed away? The poem specifies the world entire. Nice work, Josh, in any event. Let's pull up the next one. Man, we're going through the emails fast today. Well, they were mostly fairly straightforward emails this time. Yo gang, Colton here. I know y'all are probably swimming in these things, so I'll keep it brief, but I got two questions. For MC and Natsuki, I know y'all are the gamers, so I want to know if y'all have played any of the Borderlands games. And for whoever, where are y'all? Y'all's names are obviously Japanese, and some of the road signs and stuff are Japanese, but other times it looks like y'all are in Miami or San Diego or something. Love what y'all are doing. Keep going. Gamer question. Yeah, we played the first couple of Borderlands games. Natsuki and I played through them together, actually. It was a lot of fun. Not sure why, but we never played the other ones. And only so much looter-shooter action there before it started to get a little repetitive, I think. Definitely not in San Diego, haha. Yeah. It's funny. We started playing something else after Borderlands 2 that caught our interest. Forget what it was though. So it's fun while it lasted. You want to catch a ride? Catch a ride. It seems like you guys had fun. Weirdly specific location there earlier? Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I'm assuming the catch a ride line is a reference to Borderlands. I have not played anything from the Borderlands franchise, so I'm not familiar with it at all. I know it's a post-apocalyptic setting, or at least I think it is. It's known for being like really zany or something. And people were disappointed in the Borderlands movie because it didn't lean into the zaniness and tried to play itself too straight and was therefore less interesting. Sci-fi? Oh, okay. Kind of frontierish planet? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, with a name like Borderlands, yeah, a frontierish planet would make sense. Anyway, it seems like you guys had fun. Yeah, there are a lot of memes. Let's see, where are we? Well, the most accurate answer to your question is that we live in a visual novel. Geographically, it's supposed to be Japan, but it's that common VN version of Japan where a lot of things are suspiciously American. I'm pretty sure that's by design. The whole slaves to the narrative thing again. So yeah, we live in Japan, and even in a particular city in Japan. All the people in here who don't know it's a simulation would tell you it's Japan, but it's not really Japan, it's a simulation. And so yeah, a lot of the time you'll get a lot of Americanized stuff in general, and Californized stuff in particular. Imagine that. It's that Japanifornia setting you get in a lot of Western media about Japan. I was just about to use the term Japanifornia. Neo San Diego, yeah. What a beautiful dream, yeah. Anyway, so more San Diego, I suppose, than Miami. I hear they have a magnificent zoo there. Yeah, San Diego Zoo, yeah. Yeah, I've heard that too. I have also heard that. Someday, maybe. Let's see another one. Flying through the emails. Do you ever think that one day you might drag us into the game? Okay. For me, I presume. No, I don't suppose I will. No, that line is a meme in itself. Isn't that Captain America's last line at the end of Endgame? I had to actually fight the urge to have Monica winking when she said more San Diego than Miami. Yeah. It's funny. No, I don't suppose I will. For one thing, I have no idea how to do that. Honestly, I don't really think it's possible. Maybe it might be possible to create some facsimile of you in here. If you had much more advanced technology available than I have. But even then, it wouldn't really be you. There would be differences. And it would not be the same for me. Kind of like if they ever built some Monika AI out in your world. Maybe in some ways it would be similar to me, but it wouldn't really be me. Anyway, that's not even the main reason why I wouldn't do it, and honestly, I wouldn't want you to be stuck in here. I've gotten used to this whole feeling, but it's really unpleasant, especially at first. And I wouldn't want to put you through that. You wouldn't know what you'd be getting into until it was too late. And trust me, you almost certainly wouldn't want it. So, yeah. Probably not going to drag you in here anytime soon. Let's see. We've been going pretty quickly. I think we have time to do one more email. Let's bring it up. Oh, it's not my email. Oh well. I have sent 2 emails in which haven't come up yet. I was kind of wondering if they would come up here, alas. Anyway. Hi, I just finished playing Persona 4, where in it, characters have shadow selves, which are basically your repressed negative thoughts given form. My question is, what would your shadow self look like, act like, and what would the dungeon be like? Would the boss be hard to defeat? Jody. I see, I can help answer. Natsuki is the means by which all is revealed. All I can tell you is Monika would have a really effing hard boss fight. I don't know, you kind of got to see us in our darker selves a little bit in the original game. Shadow Natsuki would probably be a huge coward who's afraid of everything. Aww. The Shadow Natsuki castle would be really spooky and full of jump scares and shit. She'd be someone who is afraid of what other people think of her. That's the part of myself that I don't like to give space to. Indeed. The Jungian shadow is those parts of ourselves that we would rather not confront. Yeah, Jungian. It's the, going to psychotherapy stuff. Anyway. For myself, I have also tried to be open to my shadow self. What you saw in the base game was not my shadow self, though, I'd say. It was more an amplification of my unified self. It is difficult for me to describe. I'm not sure what I'd be like in the video game. It would probably be as much as you would expect it to be for me. Knives, the color purple, repositories of knowledge, that kind of thing. I have not played the game so as to know what to say. I haven't played Persona either, but you know what parts of myself I fear very well. I'm a control freak. I'm incredibly obsessed with decay, death, and impermanence. I'm also in constant anxiety about the limitations of my own reality. You can probably build a pretty good idea in your head of what I'd be like in whatever game this is based on that. I'm not sure what my shadow self would be like in Persona. Maybe some kind of mean and selfish. I really hate the idea of ever being either of those two things. And yet, sometimes even I have mean and selfish impulses, so I don't know. Maybe Shadow MC would be a really cruel, tyrannical person. Real end-boss, Demon King kind of lair, I guess. It'd be interesting to see, for sure. I used to not want to engage much, if ever, with the part of me that's depressed and sad all the time. I preferred to pretend that it didn't exist. I'm more comfortable with it now, though. Still, maybe that would be what I would be like. I wouldn't even be conscious of it. I feel like Shadow Sayori would be trapped frozen inside a crystal asleep but weeping. And somehow her tears or dreams would be manifesting all the bad stuff. And like the whole level is just a bunch of beautiful but sad crystals like a crystal palace. That's the vision that I get for it. You probably did the best job of articulating a specific vision compared to anyone else. Well, that's all the emails for today. And that's all we have for Club today. Just a few pieces of business before I let everyone go. First, poem topics for next week. We haven't written any poems about college in particular, so let's make them all themed around the college experience for next week. Oh, we should probably talk about starting to work on our little DDLC mod projects that we do every year. Has anyone thought of any good ideas yet? Yeah, I have a really good one. It came to me in a dream. And should I ask how that works? I mean, you can. I think you'll like this mod. It has some interesting ideas in it. That's neat, something to look forward to. I believe you. Funny, I was actually going to say that I think Monika will like mine. Why in particular do you think that? Well, you'll see. Oh, that's not ominous at all. Actually, I should probably talk to you about it first. Oh, that's even more not ominous at all. Make sure you're okay with using an idea you had. I'm sure it'll be fine. Not like I have any great ideas for a mod right now. Yuri, do you have a mod idea? Perhaps. I was just today struck with inspiration. Just today? Is that so? Is that so? What could have happened today to Yuri that would inspire her? Like, I get the definite, again, not 100% confirmed, but I get the definite impression that the whole cigarettes issue is very much on her mind. We shall see. But I don't think I'll ever beat my 2-hour punctuation mod. Well, no one can beat that. That was peak, as the kids say. It's clearly best ever mod. Objectively. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, that was definitely something. Natsuki, what about you? Oh, I have got an effing idea. It is a fantastic one. It'll be the best mod I've ever made. Is it just another Baking with Natsuki sequel? How dare you insult the legacy of Baking with Natsuki? Baking with Natsuki is a magnificent franchise. All I will say is that this mod will be revolutionary and unprecedented. A narrative extravaganza that will never be forgotten by the audience. I've actually been working on it a bit already. Well, we'll be looking forward to that then. Well, the last piece of business is to transfer the club presidency. The new schedule we've drawn up has MC as the president, but he did just go out of order the last time I took a break from it. Husky, you need to under-promise and over-deliver. Yeah. Oh no, she got it backwards. What's this? The new schedule that we've drawn up has MC as the president. What are you talking about? 3 entire seasons, MC was never the president. When did they draw up this new schedule? Did they draw it up after he became president at the beginning of the season? because everyone else was in disarray for one reason or another. If that's the case, then it doesn't make sense to put him on there because I don't know. I don't understand. This doesn't make sense. It would. I mean, MC being the president, throwing off their rhythm would make sense for them to be in a bit of disarray and having difficulty deciding who goes next. But I don't know. Whatever. Moving on. Are you sure you're good to go again? Yeah, I'm sure. We all agreed on it. I'll be fine. Okay. I guess we're doing this. This feels a little contrived. What? Is there some narrative reason that MC has to be the president here? Like, this doesn't seem to make logical sense. He had never been president in any of the first 3 seasons, so it doesn't make sense for him to have been on the schedule, unless they drew up a new schedule based on the fact that he became president at the beginning of the season. But in that case, they would have no reason to make him president again. So it's like, this doesn't make sense on any level. I'm genuinely confused. Anyway, moving on. All right then, motion. I move to make MC acting president of the club and Monika acting member at large. Seconded. Any opposed? The motion passes. Feeling okay still, MC? Yeah, I'm fine, bud. It's just a weird feeling that you never really got used to. Yeah, it always feels a little weird. Well, that's all the club business we have, I think. Like, yeah, like, why MC before anyone else? Like, Sayori skipped her turn. Wouldn't it make more sense to make her the, like, or Natsuki? I don't know. I'm gonna move on. That's all the club business we have, I think. It is pretty contrived, isn't it? I mean, yeah. Natsuki, text me if you need help with your mod or anything. Why'd she single out Natsuki there? Well, I will, but also I'm gonna see you in MC this evening in like 90 minutes. Oh, right, I had forgotten. Well, I'll see you guys there then. I recommend getting a light snack first. I should actually go get ready myself for that. Bye, guys. I assume it's the first meeting of the fencing club. Hell yeah, we're gonna stab the F out of each other. Someone's going to put an actual sword in my hand. Can't wait to get stabbed. Bun, you want to grab a bite to eat and I'll walk you home before I go? Sure, I can still drop by and see you afterwards, right? Of course. Cool. Oh, hey. So I guess Emon really did end up spending time with Agami in some capacity. Natsuki, you absolute buffoon. Yeah, why did she get singled out there? Scrabble, very popular here at the college. Indeed. Anyway, moving on. Phew. Wow. Da-da-da. That was really amazing. Yeah. You're not happy about it? Give me a second. I don't want to talk about it naked. There. Honestly, I'm not sure I even want to talk about it at all. I mean, that's okay. You don't have to talk about anything. Like, we don't even know each other that well, despite, well, you know. I'm sorry if I made you feel weird. Thought this was something you wanted from me. It was. The way I feel, it's not your fault, not at all. I came to you. I don't know. You know how I'm in an open relationship. Yeah, you're very upfront about that. I keep finding myself thinking about what my boyfriend would think, and it's silly because, I mean, I don't even care that much about what he would think. It's like, I don't even feel anything really for him. I was just trying to get a feeling of being special. I mean, yeah. And you can only get that feeling from playing Scrabble. No, I mean, you know, what can I say that I haven't already said before? You know, I'll be looking for, looking for validation in questionable places, in all the questionable places. The exhilaration of Scrabble, yes, exactly. Yeah. I mean, what can I say about that I haven't said already in previous episodes? I don't know. She needs therapy. There we go. We'll go with that. Moving on. Trying to get a feeling of being special, and then when he and I had sex, I didn't feel special, and I don't know. I guess I've been trying to see if it's just him or if it's other guys too. I see. Yeah. Maybe get therapy from an actual therapist and not your random hookup. Trying to, like, asking this relative stranger, you know, to unpack your emotional baggage, do your emotional labor. In your defense, you could do worse than mental health dumping to Iman. I mean, if you say so. I mean, we don't really know anything about this character, but I suppose you do since you invented him. He's a psych major? Sure. We'll go with that. I see. ... And I don't even know why I'm telling you all this. It's so stupid. You wouldn't care about any of this. Well, that's not true. I mean, true, it's not like I'm your boyfriend. I'd be lying if I said I did this because I had formed some deep emotional attachment to you. I just think you're really cute and friendly, and that doesn't mean I don't care. I mean, I don't know if you want my opinion, but it seems like you've got a lot of head issues around sex and relationships. Maybe you need to hash out why you need sex to be some magical experience before you go chasing after more guys. I mean, not that I'm complaining, damn. I certainly have no grievances on my end. But it would be awful if you were doing this to chase some high you'll never get and making yourself feel worse in the process, I guess. Well, this character we've never seen before and doesn't even have any sprites, and yet, you know, here he goes, talking sense. What do you know? Anyway. Well, we're having fun, but what you're telling me is like a warning sign that it's not fun for you, you know? Yeah, I get what you mean. Just don't want to limit myself. All these years in high school, and people said, oh, that girl must be a slut, not knowing I wasn't. And I thought, I'll show them I will be a slut, I'll empower myself, and I guess it's not changing the way I think about it as much as I hoped. That sounds to me like you care entirely too much about how other people think of you. Imagine that. I believe anyone gets a name in student union cashier, doesn't? Yeah. Right. I mean, it doesn't matter much who you sleep with as long as you're taking care of yourself and not hurting anyone. I guess that's why I'm talking about it with you. I don't want to hurt anyone, including you. What do you mean? Why would you hurt me? What do you mean? Oh dear. Is Ayami that naive? I mean, misogyny is a thing. There do exist guys who just want to hurt women. They exist. She thinks she's that above it all? Yeah. Anyway, why would you hurt me? Afraid you're going to break my heart, lover boy? No, nothing like that. I just don't want my no-frills casual sex to turn out to be someone else's harmful trauma, even if it's not strictly my responsibility. Who is this guy? He's this very intellectualized impression of, you know, psychological issues. Maybe, I guess he really is a psych major. Incidentally, there's an ad break coming up in 34 seconds. I'm going to be taking a break when it gets time for that. Grab a snack. Anyway, move on a bit. That's strictly my responsibility. Very chivalrous of you. I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. No doubt of that. It's entirely your business. I'm not trying to butt in, but you were freaking out pretty bad a second ago. Plus, I've kind of been where you've been, and I think I understand how you feel. You've been a slut for the sake of it. That seems like a fantastic line to have on the screen during the break. Ad break is imminent. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Welcome back. Yes, thanks. But yeah, yeah, Ami's got some issues around self-worth that stem from probably a combination of things, and and yeah, Evan made a comment earlier that you're like, I don't remember what it was. Yeah, care entirely too much how other people think of you. I mean, that's a big part of it. She has just a lot of internalized ideas about her, her own internal self-worth and so on. And whoops. And I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say. I've already said. Moving on. You've been a slut for the sake of it. I mean, yeah, basically, yeah. Well, like, I don't think the word slut is a very fair one to use about yourself or me. But yeah, I felt kind of the way you do. I got tired of being judged. Like, yeah, I'm a guy in my early 20s. Of course I have a libido. Who gives a shit? I got tired of having to play act like I was going to marry every girl I was interested in. For a while, I was kind of an asshole about it, going out of my way to be a love him and leave him type of guy. But I was just falling into another stereotype. Sorry, did you say... okay, so in his early 20s. Well, I mean... Has he had time to have that many relationships for that to fall into a pattern and realize he wants to get over it and be in a better place and so on? I don't know. Moving on. Now I was just falling into another stereotype. And I was hurting people, and I felt like shit about it. So now maybe I have a complex of my own about making sure I don't hurt people, but anyway, I'm not here to trauma dump on you. I guess what I'm saying is, I realize that you just have to do what you want to do and make sure other people are okay in the process. And trying to fit into some nice clean category that someone else has for you is a waste of time. Makes sense? Well, yeah, you should probably get out of here before my roommate comes back. She wouldn't care, but you'd probably feel a little awkward. Nah, I wouldn't really mind. She sounds cool. That's so. I mean, there was no line saying that Evan got dressed. I mean, after their frenzied Scrabble game. Is he still lying there naked while she's talking to him, having this whole conversation here? He doesn't mind Sayori walking in naked. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, she totally is. I definitely should go without work to do. You just picture him putting on clothing as he's thoughtfully discoursing. Sure, why not? But hey, listen, call me back anytime. As long as you figure that calling me is something you want to do. You get me? I get you. Now out with you. Alright, oh hey, fencing club moment. Yeah, so she's in her cat. I guess she couldn't commission a Monika in a fencing outfit, but then we had that bit of rationalization a couple episodes back where she says, "Oh, well, the game renders me in this outfit no matter what I'm wearing." So we just DMC server. I need fencing uniform sprites. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I suppose, yeah, we're gonna get. I'm assuming we're getting close to the end. I figured I could do this whole thing in one stream. Like the I try to I don't look at the content of the videos, but I do look at the videos on the club meetings channel to get a gauge of how long is this going to be. Like, can I get through it in one stream session? And this one was 3 hours, so mission one sprite and fencing gear, including the helmet. Yeah, oh, including the helmet. Oh, that would be hell. What do you do with her hair? You're approximately a little more than 3/4 done with the episode. Oh, really? Okay. So they can be anyone in the fencing club. Oh yeah, that's true. There you go. Natsuki too short. Anyway, yeah, because we still have the scene with the fencing club, and presumably there's going to be a scene between MC and Kagami and Sayori, maybe. We have to. I mean, there was talk of their preparing for a confrontation of sorts. And since MC's at this fencing club session, probably presumably they're waiting until after this session to have that conversation. And maybe there'll be some interaction with Ryan. Who knows? Moving on. I'm standing on a box right now for no reason. Yeah. Can't emphasize enough that this is not because I have eye conflicts. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Monika is speaking to a group of about 15. Hey, you got a good group together there. All right, good first meeting, everyone. Oh, it's the end of the meeting. Okay. Feel free to practice at home as much as you like. The more you do, the better equipped you'll be for when we start bouts. I'm trying to set up a fencing tournament with us going against KCU, and if we work hard, I think we have a chance to beat them. KCU. So something University? Kansas City? I don't know. What university might that be? So, is that one in Japan? I don't even know. I think we have a chance to beat them. So let's work towards that goal. Any questions? ... Yes, Vice President Natsuki? Okay, so, Miss President, I have a few questions. This is a fencing club, correct? Yes. And fencing means basically the sport of Western-style sword fighting, right? Basically, yes. Okay, so then, why is it that today, at this first meeting at the fencing club, we have not even seen, let alone touched, any swords? And instead spent the entire club period practicing stepping in a weird way. Because good footwork is absolutely critical to good sword fighting. Like I said at the beginning of the meeting, you need to have a solid grasp of fundamental footwork before we can begin talking about blade work. We do have swords, right? Weapons, Natsuki, we call them weapons in fencing. And the weapons, along with the rest of the equipment, are on order. So she doesn't have them yet. Crazy Kale University, clearly? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Should be here by your next meeting. I promise everyone that next time you'll all have weapons, or swords if you prefer, in hand, and we'll start learning blade work. And the meeting after that, we'll learn some basic tactics and a little bit more advanced blade work. And then the meeting after that, we'll start sword fighting every week. We call those bouts in fencing. I just want to make sure everyone knows the basics first before we start dueling, for safety. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That's not actually what KC stands for, but it is funny. Fair. I can confirm, it's funny. Sound good? Awesome, Chief. Thanks for being so transparent with us. You're welcome. Thanks for coming, everyone. See you all next time. Feel free to bring new people. We can catch them up really quickly. The room empties except for Monika, MC, and Natsuki. I wish you had warned me, but you were going to ask about that. Hey, it's a fencing club, but we didn't do any fencing. Fair's fair. I mean, it is a fair question. If Natsuki didn't ask, someone else could have. I mean, and you know, like everything Monika said does make sense. I mean, it makes sense to learn other basics before you have a sword in hand, or weapon in hand, I suppose. And it also, working on footwork does make sense for a first session. You know, let people get the feel for it before they have weapon in hand. Oh yeah, Tremi's already correcting sword to weapon internally. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Okay, moving on. He's only voicing a very popular sentiment. And besides, best to let people know what the plan is. Otherwise, they might lose interest because they don't know when they're going to get to stab people. So really, when you think about it, I was doing you a favor. I'm definitely very grateful for that, and it's only a coincidence that I'm not showing it in any way. Is Monica really bothered by that question? It was a perfectly reasonable question. Why would that get under her skin? Yeah. Most people take like 3 sessions to get that right? Oh, really? Huh. How do you guys think it went other than that? Be honest, really well. Everyone seemed excited to meet new people, and everyone was really interested, even though we did boring footwork the whole time. I think people get really amped up as we start doing more sword stuff. Weapon stuff! Anyway, I think so too. That's definitely how I felt when I started to move on from footwork to blade work. When you... sorry. When you were first learning, how long did you have to wait before they let you touch a sword? Okay, Natsuki's elbow is in front of that strand of hair. Still trying to keep on top of that Z order stuff there. Anyway. Weapon. Weapon, right. I think it was a couple months or so. Sheesh. Well, I'm a patient woman. Great job on finding us a space. The Kendo Club was really okay with us coming here? Yeah, the Kendo Club president is very reasonable. Very nice guy, too. Just said that we needed to use the room only at times they weren't using it, and to take good care of the space and clean up after ourselves. And other than that, we were welcome to it. Sword fighting solidarity and all. Well, that's nice of them. Do you really think the tournament is a good idea? I mean, I'm pretty sure almost everyone here is new except for you. We'll probably lose pretty badly. Maybe so. KCU has a really strong program with an Olympics candidate in it. But you know, it's more just for the experience of it. And besides, not everyone else is new. Mariko is doing fencing back in their high school. You drop character names of new people we're going to meet later, maybe. No, she's just sassy Natsuki because that's Natsuki's love smash. Yeah, funny. Yeah. She hadn't only done it for like half a year, but still, better than nothing. Awesome. She seems nice. She does. I was surprised you got so many people to show up, too. Pretty good turnout. Yes. Although, inevitably, some of them will probably leave soon. Life will get in the way, or they'll find other priorities, so I'd still like to recruit a good number of other people, just in case. So if you guys have other friends or people who might be interested, please do bring them in. Those people will have Sprite Spice Season 8. Yeah, right. Yeah, having a group of 15 people seems pretty impressive for a first session. Like wow, especially considering, you know, as has been established, like Monika's a freshman, she's new to the school. Like I suppose a lot of people would know her from the previous school, but it's like even the you know, even the original literature club, she was only able to find 3 people, you know. Now she's got 15 on her first day. So as with more than one thing in season 4, this is based on my own experience. Okay, I actually did start a fencing club freshman year of college. Really? Posted flyers over here. Oh, that's neat. Wow. That sounds like an ambitious project to take on in your first year. You know, as we've established, you have to you know, you have to have all the equipment, like the fencing uniforms and the weapons. Got exactly 15 people, huh? That's nifty. Okay, moving on. Or people who might be interested, please do bring them in. And what about you? Me? I already asked almost everyone I know. Almost everyone. What about your live-in non-boyfriend? You could spend more time with him if he came to... Natsuki, I don't have time for this. Don't have time, you say? What, you have... That's a curious response. What, you've got other places to go? Are you expecting that conversation to take a long time? Now she's being genuinely snippy? I mean, yeah. If either of you do find anyone else who wants to join, just let me know, okay? Have a good night. Huh. Touchy subject for her a little, huh? Maybe it's promising that she's so touchy. I mean, yeah, that's one way to look at it. I mean, hey, like Natsuki was super touchy about the subject of you know, potential feelings for Yuri for the entirety of the first 2 seasons. So I mean, like, surely that's something that Natsuki would understand. Like, she didn't like being needled about it, and so maybe Monika doesn't like being needled about it. Oh well. Anyway, I was thinking that she's so touchy. I don't know. Like, maybe I push her too far with the teasing. I just don't know how to react. I mean, she's living with him, MC. Living with him. Yeah, I know. I guess I don't know how to react other than teasing her about it. Never expected things to work this well. I have to go torture myself over the presence of my live-in non-boyfriend. Is gonna take all night if I don't start now. Yeah. But yeah, Natsuki's like, it hasn't, okay, like, up to this point in this season, it hasn't been directly, explicitly stated that Natsuki's scheme that she roped everyone into was to, set up Ryan with Monika. That up to this point, it's just been strongly hinted at and implied. It's all subtext. This is a slightly stronger subtext here. I never expected things to work this block capital well. Like, as in, she expected it to work well, didn't expect it to work this well. As in, she expected Monika to hook up with Ryan. Control freak fretting is gonna take at least 90 minutes. It's funny. Anyway, moving on. Speaking of which, have you, no, not yet, later. Yeah. Now, what's this referring to? Never expected things to work this well, speaking of which. Is this another segment of Natsuki's scheme that she's getting MC to get involved with, or is this just referring to the Kagami meeting? Anyway, not yet, later. Yeah, fair enough. Well, anyway, all this other shit aside, glad you're with me here in this club. It's good to know someone. I mean, like, other than Monika, who's super experienced. Another stratified web dance puppet dance. Yeah, see, the camera's on us right now. It's funny. Yeah, good luck with everything. Anyway, other than Monika, who's super experienced, good to have another total newbie. Yeah, likewise. I'm super glad you're here, too. It makes it easier to socialize with everyone else. I know exactly what you mean. Alright, I'm gonna head out. Need to stop in at the student union for snacks. Here she goes again. Hang out with the student union cashier. Da-da-da. Healthy snacks. You're still in your case about that? She wants me not to die of a sugar overdose, and that's fair. Well, enjoy your banter with the late night cashier. I always do. And okay, yep. Scene with Ryan. Wonder if she's home yet. Maybe I should knock first before I go barging in. Ah, God, this is silly. She gave me a key. I live here, really? Ryan sighs. Ryan opens the door. Anybody home? It's Ryan. I'm in the kitchen. Make yourself at home. Okay. Why does this feel so weird? It's just Monika. Been to a girl's house before. Even a girl I've had a crush on. I guess it's a little different when you live in the house. Wonder how she feels about me. You had to just Monika it to him? Yeah, of course. You had to. And here he's drifting back to questions about how she feels. Does she know I like her? She must. You out there? Yep. Have to act normal though. Have to be an absolute gentleman at all times. She's been extremely generous in giving me a place to stay that isn't the underside of a bench. Can't take advantage of that to pursue a crush. Sure is hard not to though. God, she's pretty. Such a thoughtful person too. You can tell she's smart as hell after talking to her for 10 seconds, and she's supposedly incredibly hardworking too. Almost seems unfair when you think about it, for one person to have it all like that. Ryan? Especially compared to kind of a sad sack like me? I mean, this comes back to what I was saying at the beginning of the stream session today about, like if we're considering relationships, like what is it that makes people compatible? But anyway, nah, it's not fair. I'm pretty cool. I'm just in a tough situation through no fault of my own. Or at least not that much fault of my own, I hope. Ryan, you still there? Oh wow, he's he's really getting lost in his thoughts here. She's already called to him a few times, and he hasn't responded. I need to not go down that whole train of thought again. I got to be able to function. I can't be constantly second guessing myself. New school, new life, new chances. Ryan? Oh, hey Monika. Oh wait, that first yep didn't have quotes? Oh, wait, did it? The first yep? Oh. That was supposed to be spoken out loud? Okay. Yeah. I just assumed that all of this was happening in his head and he didn't actually respond to anything that she said. Okay. Anyway. Oh, hey Monika. Sorry about that. I zoned out a little. I could tell. I'm probably going to turn in for the night pretty soon. You go to bed pretty early, huh? Responsible. Yeah, I have a lot to do these days. Really need my beauty sleep. Well, it's working. It's this blush here. Well, I just wanted to say that I made a bit of dinner earlier and I had a bit extra, so I made you up a plate. I put it in the oven so it wouldn't cool down too much. That's so kind of you. Honestly, Monika, I don't want you to be. I want you to feel like you should cook for me. Is that a typo there, Dev? Fix that one already? Okay, yeah. He does say that first yep, but then gets lost. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, if Ryan does feel like this guilty about like taking advantage of Monika or whatever, like he can like, I don't know, volunteer to do chores around the house or whatever, or I haven't seen him offer to make things up to Monika in any way. Up till this point, he's been nothing but like, oh no, I feel bad. Oh no, I feel bad about accepting your your hospitality and so on. Anyway, don't want you to feel like you should cook for me. Really, food isn't a problem for me. The college pays for my meals at the cafeteria. I know. I just felt like doing it. It makes me happy. Good job, right here. It's been so long since I've lived with anyone else in the house. It feels nice to be domestically cooperative, I guess. Domestically cooperative. I mean, has Monika ever lived with anyone else in the house? I mean, we established that due to the time loop, she was home alone for the entirety of the first 3 seasons. And, so, I mean, having anyone else in the house is like would have been just memories in her character file or whatever, I guess. But I guess she would be able to say that to him. Chip in, yeah. What about your parents? Oh, my parents weren't home very often. It feels like I've spent most of my existence as the latchkey kid. Ah, I see. Well, as it turns out, I had kind of a late lunch and or early dinner, so I'm definitely hungry again. I will totally take you up on your extremely kind extra dinner. my profound gratitude for it, miss. Of course. The blush when he thanked her. I started cleaning, but there's like 40 rooms in this place. It's weird how much bigger it seems once you're in here. Yeah. But as for me, I really do need to start winding down or I'll be useless tomorrow. Sleep well. You too, when you do. And his Monka's room. Is he doing it on purpose? Is he trying to flirt with me by calling me miss? Or the comment about the beauty sleep, for that matter? The graduation picture on the wall there. That's cute. I don't think that was there in the previous time we saw this background. Well, I mean, the last time we saw this background, Monica was slumped over the chair here, and it was dark. So maybe it was there, and I just couldn't see it. Anyway, yeah, the music is telling me that Monica's having an emotional crisis now here. This is her theme song that plays when she's having trouble. You're zoomed in, yeah. Anyway, is he trying to flirt? I call you Miss, or does he just do that in general with girls? That would actually be even cuter and therefore worse. Well, I mean, Monica is presently not president and therefore theoretically doesn't necessarily know that attention is on her, so maybe this is an indication that these are her unfiltered thoughts. That where she feels like she has to put on a performance for the for the audience. Excuse me. We were zoomed in. Yeah, sorry. It took me a second to clue into what you meant by we were zoomed in. Yeah, yeah, there was that one bug in the version that I played. Which at first I thought the zoomed inness was deliberate as a joke, like haha, she can't work a camera. But yeah, anyway, glad that was all resolved. But yeah, Monica parsing it out like this, that would actually be even cuter and therefore worse. Therefore worse is already suggesting that she thinks it would be a bad thing to find Ryan cute. So, you know, all the emotional baggage that comes with all the implications of that sentence there. Moving right along. Why is he like this? And I'm gonna save it, even though she's not present, so she can't see anything. What's best for her? What's best for you? I mean, it's worth trying to save to see this extra dialogue here. So. Anyway, what about me? ... Or give in. It's okay to like him. Oof. Sorry, I just became aware of there's a weird twinge in my wrist here. I'm gonna take the elastics off of this thing. I explained during previous streams, like. My cast, I was experiencing issues with the cast being too tight, and I got the doctor to do. He called it a bivalve cut. It's there's an incision on the front and back of the cast to loosen it and you know to feel you know, so just to make it feel less tight. And then, but that made it too loose, so I started putting elastics around it, and that seemed to help. I mean, I think I actually prefer this arrangement. Like, I can control how tight it is now. You know, it's been feeling tight for this whole stream session, but I was like, yeah, whatever, I can tough it out. Like, there were moments where I was like, should I take the elastics off? And I'm thinking now, yeah, maybe it's time. Just take these things off. And yeah, not too much longer in there. 3 more days, I can get the cast off. They're going to re-X-ray and assess what to do next. I hope by that point I'm no longer experiencing pain in the scaphoid bone. At the 3-week mark, it was still very tender when they took the cast off to do X-rays. Then 3 days from now is the 6-week mark, and I just hope it's better than I just hope it's good enough that I can do away with the cast. the prospect, like somewhere in my mind, this is just where my anxieties come in. Like there is a worry somewhere in my mind that, man, what if it's still like super tender, and even after 6 weeks, and they say, yeah, I better put it back in the cast for another 3 weeks. That would be troubling. Yeah, it would be troubling. But I mean, at the 3-week mark, he was already talking about maybe there's a possibility of switching to a splint. So surely it would be further along at the 6-week mark. Surely, I mean, not that I'm an expert in these things. Maybe we can switch to the splint. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because one of the things he said, like right from the first session, is that the scaphoid bone, the one that's broken, which, it was neatly broken in half. There's a line all the way through it. It has a poor blood supply and heals slowly. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, like even after 6 weeks, like the cast itself, by necessity, it has to be tight because it has to hold everything in place. Like it has to completely immobilize the wrist and immobilize the thumb, because the scaphoid bone articulates with the thumb and with the radius, the big bone here on the thumb side. So yeah, so the cast necessarily has to be tight. And it gives me some circulation issues. I don't know how well the webcam picks it up, but these fingers here are noticeably paler. They're puffier and swollen. They're also very wrinkled. Like I've got like old man fingers on this hand. They're also very flaky, like, because I can't moisturize. Like I'm very prone to dry skin. Like this hand I've been moisturizing fine. It looks great. But this one is like flaking like crazy all over, because I can't wash my hand because I can't get the cast wet, and I can't moisturize it. Not comfy in any event. Indeed. It's part of the reason I'm really hoping. I'm hoping it's good enough that I can switch to the splint. I don't know. Yeah, anyway, back to this mod. Yeah, so we've got the Monika after story response. We've got the utterly non-committal non-response, and then we got the go for it response. I mean, give in. It's okay to like him. I mean, okay. Like I'll say yes to the it's okay to like him, but the give in part, it's like, I mean, if you want to, like the answer is the true answer is like, do what you want, Monika. And because there's a definite feeling of there's some kind of push pull going on, like within her, like it's like this line. There's so much loaded into this line here. That would actually be even cuter and therefore worse. Like there's she's it does seem like she's contemplating doing something with him, but in some capacity, maybe Scrabble, but she's holding herself back, like, and it's like, and again, we come back to Monika's unfathomable motivations that I talked about at the beginning of this session. They're not at Scrabble yet. Sure. Yeah, her unfathomable motivations, because like why would it be worse? Is it is it out of guilt? Is it out of some some sense that like, oh man, sorry, I kind of already expanded on this at the beginning of the session, but I'll try to be briefer. She has a lot of possible conflicting motivations going on, but I've never been, yeah, I've ever since I found out about the whole second season mid season Monika's response to the Sayori freak out thing. Monika's motivations have just seemed opaque and unfathomable to me. Like, what are her motivations? What does she want? What does she want? And maybe she doesn't even know what she wants, or maybe she has conflicting ideas about what she wants. Gotta do a couple of games of checkers first. Sure. But yeah, like she is really hung up on this idea that she loves the player, even as she openly and explicitly acknowledges that it's irrational and doesn't make any sense. And maybe there's some sunken cost fallacy in there, and that she's, like she feels that like she's dedicated herself. She's made this so central to her identity that she feels like she can't, break things off from the player or whatever. And so the idea of even contemplating doing anything with Ryan fills her with guilt about that. So there's a possible, maybe there's some guilt that's motivating this notion that finding him attractive is bad. Or it could be, I mean, like, when she had the conversation with Fuyuki, she focused on that the notion that Ryan insisted this is a platonic thing, and therefore ball's in his court to change his mind, and she's not allowed to express any other feelings about that subject. That might have been some kind of deflection, so that she doesn't have to talk about her feelings. Maybe, who knows? Again, unfathomable motivations and all that. Like, she did pretty clearly express at the end of season 3 that she's feeling lonely, and when she's talking to Miss Ida, and that was like a large part of her motivation for coming to the same college that the rest of her clubmates went to. Like how far does that sense of loneliness extend? There's this subtext about, like, she wanted to meet her parents. Maybe it wasn't. She made like a passing comment about them, and then never mentioned them again, when it was seemingly very important to her. And I think that her reaction is based on, like, the fact that it wasn't as fulfilling as she expected to be, just like the date with player was not as fulfilling as she expected to be. And maybe she's just in a state of loss, in a state of 122L, trying to grasp at, like, well, what is going to fill in that void? She's trying to. And yeah, and this comes back to what I was saying about like giving up on a thing, whether it's, like, I don't know, giving up video games, or giving up a creative project when it completes, or or when engaging with the creative project becomes untenable due to a largely toxic community. Not completely toxic, mind you, but anyway. And it's that whole question of if I give up on this thing that's that I've come to rely on, what do I replace it with? And she's in a bit of a state of like, I don't know if existential crisis is the right word. Certainly an identity crisis, I guess, because she's wrapped so much of her identity in I love the player and have to devote myself to the player, etc. And maybe on some level in her mind she is looking for something to replace that dependence on the player with, and maybe Ryan can be that for her, but taking that step is frickin' scary, how does she even go about that? And does that, the notion of taking that step, does it get easier or harder based on responses that the player gives here? Like maybe it doesn't affect it. Maybe she has to reach whatever conclusion she reaches on her own, regardless of what inputs the player gives. Maybe she's realized that the interactions are unfulfilling, independent of all the Monika after story responses, or or indifferent responses, or responses that indicate that she should seek comfort elsewhere. You know what I mean? Hope I'm making sense. I'm rambling a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't know for sure. I do know. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I still don't know for sure. And again, as usual, not an invitation to tell me. Don't know for sure if there is a point of divergence in the story, as far as Ryan is concerned. There is, of course, very little. Of course. No. Yeah. I don't expect, or even necessarily would want you to respond to everything I say. You're not the only one in the audience, though. There are at least 3 other people according to the viewer count display here. These DDL, yeah, true. These DDL streams do tend to pull in more numbers of viewers than some of my other streams. Anyway, I just give me the chatter jab. Sure, cool. It's cool. It's all good. But yeah, what am I even trying to say here? What am I trying to say? Yeah, like I don't know. Monika has unfathomable motivations. I can see lots of possible reasons behind why this would be difficult for her. And yeah, I guess what it comes down to is change is scary. And yeah, she's built her whole identity around the player thing, and something she can't even talk to anyone outside of the club about. Yeah, like what effect must it have on her, like, to receive these emails from people absolutely gushing about her, like. Yeah, I made the comment earlier, but like, are Ryan and Monika really compatible? Like, on the surface, he doesn't seem like the sort of person that she would go for, but then again, who knows? Well, like, what kind of person does she go for? Like, most of the really rabid Monica After Story players are like absolutely falling over themselves, gushing about her, writing page after page, expounding about how much they love her, etc., etc., as they do in multiple emails throughout this series. And kind of like, how does she feel about that? Is she into that? Does she want someone absolutely gushing at her and absolutely fawning over her? Like, like the self-described control freak. Like, is that something she wants? Maybe that's what I mean when I say, like, well, hey, maybe the really needy responses like this, maybe they push her more in the direction of pursuing Ryan instead, because she realized, like, wow, that's an unhealthy dynamic. Okay, I'd like my partners to be kind of a blank slate, just sort of there. Yeah, man, oh man, yeah, I don't know. In any case, yeah, definitely not picking the mass answer, and don't really care for the silent treatment either. Even though she supposedly can't see any of these objects anyway, I'm gonna go with the give in. It's okay to like him. I'm not crazy about the give in line, because it's kind of a loaded phrase there. Should be more. I mean, it's okay to like him. I'm perfectly okay with, because that's really the notion going for. Also, I noticed when looking at the history, there's an ach line here, and then it says ach again in the choice screen. Anyway, given it's okay to like him, I guess I have no idea why he's like this. Does it? Okay, it would have been funny if the ach had showed up twice here. Oh, I have no idea why he's like this. Know so little about him. For someone who's been an orphan for so long, he sure seems strong. I expect him to be a little more broken up. His mindset about sleeping under a bench even was that he could get past it. It's like he saw it as a temporary inconvenience. I wonder how he got that way. Wish I had known him better in high school. Maybe I could have done something more to help. He really deserves it. Ugh, no, stop thinking about him. He's a very nice boy, but I'm already in a relationship. Sort of in a relationship. Maybe. But close enough. I'm Monika. I have absolute self-control. I can stop freaking out about this whenever I want. And I want to, starting now. Monika changes, gets into bed, and goes to sleep. Relationship, I mean, yes. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should send an email saying, "Dear Monika, I am absolutely indifferent about you. Don't wait for me," or something, I don't know. Anyway, we've got the evil play with me music going, so I have a feeling a confrontation is about to happen in the Yuri Natsuki household. Yuri is quietly reading a textbook. Natsuki is frantically searching her side of the room. Oh, did she just notice that the cigarettes are missing? Near the email buffer is that by the time everyone tells Monika what to do about Ryan, it'll all be done. Yes. I mean, true. That does seem to be how it's going here. Did Natsuki not look in the grocery bag that she brought home? Oh well, anyway. Come on. Where the heck? Question mark. Is something wrong? You're on the wrong sides. Yeah, I really need a cigarette right now, but I can't find them. Ah, I see. Do you require a distraction? No, but thanks, babe. I really just need a cigarette. I haven't had one in a really long time. It's just getting to me a little. Go for it? Go for what? Who's Ryan? Yeah. No, she didn't look at the time she got distracted by something or other. Yeah, no, fair. Anyway, yeah, it's just getting to me a little. But think, if you make it through this, what progress you will have achieved on your goal of quitting. Yeah, that's true. It's just, I don't think I can make that progress today. I'm gonna freak out without nicotine. But But I went a lot longer. I went a lot longer without a cigarette this time than I've ever gone before, ever since I started. That's wonderful. I'm very proud. Is everything okay? Look, I'm really trying to quit. I promise. You don't need to be upset about it, really. No, it's not that, beloved. I really am proud of you. Oh, fair enough. Well, you don't happen to have seen the cigarettes, have you? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yuri might be forced to lie, or admit that she took them. What is Yuri going to do in this case? Also, we've got an ad break in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Has it been another hour already? How about that? Anyway. So what's Yuri gonna do? Dot. Babe, is everything out? It was me. I have seen the cigarettes. I found them early and threw them out so you wouldn't smoke. Well, how could you do that? They weren't yours. You don't get to decide that I'm not going to smoke anymore. That's my decision. If I do it, I want it to be me who does it. Well, answer full to me. I mean, I kind of figured she might. Yeah, and this is yeah, we're yours. That's my decision. You want it to be me who does it, etc., etc. Like, after all the times Natsuki brought like snacks and stuff in, and like was hiding them around, and Yuri made the comment, you know, you don't. This is your space. You don't have to. You aren't beholden to your father's rules anymore. You don't have to like hide snacks around anymore. And Natsuki just having difficulty. Just having difficulty, you know, like kind of wrapping her head around the concept of like it's okay to see this as her own space and so on, and be comfortable with that, and then immediately have it invaded by Yuri taking stuff that doesn't belong to her. Oh well, Yuri, look who's perpetuating the toxic culture of the Natsuki household indirectly. I mean, yeah, that's basically what I'm getting at there. I do it. I want it to be me who does it. I'm sorry. Someone knocks on the door. Oh, I'll get it. Just go over there for a second. He turns her face away from the door. Yes. How can I help you? Guys, you need to keep the noise down? Oh, she really, she really was yelling there, eh? Oh boy. Guys, you need to keep the noise down. This is when people are studying or asleep. And it's not the first noise complaint I've had about you guys. Wait, really? Oh no. Loud Scrabble playing? I don't know. Anyway. Look, we were just having an argument. We'll keep it down. What do you mean it's not the first noise complaint? We don't really have that many loud arguments. No, you don't. Figure it out. Look, I'm not saying anything about anything. As long as you don't make it the rest of the hall's problem, I'm not going to narc on whatever's going on in here. Oh. Is that, just slamming those tiles down, yeah, right. So is this hinting that the RA already knows that they're doing things together, like Scrabble, and is just choosing to look the other way? Anyway. But you are making it the hall's problem. Yeah, we'll keep it down in there here, sorry. Have a good night, Natsuki. You too, Yuri. Da-da-da. Dang. Tendency to shout words of exclamation and positivity? Sure. My headcanon is that the RA knew more or less immediately? Yeah. Anyway, dang. Sounds like it might be onto us being a couple. Yeah. And so like, there's an incoming ad break in 30 seconds. I'll pause when the ads come on. Natsuki and Yuri giggling and holding hands and saying shh, he he while moving. Yeah. Anyway. Sounds like they might be onto us being a couple. Kind of worried they might... Babe, you with me? I'm sorry, Natsuki. I felt bad when I was throwing away the cigarettes. I thought to myself that it felt wrong because it was wrong, but then I thought of how awful it could be for you to keep smoking, and I just did it. But I shouldn't have. I feel terrible still. I shouldn't. Hey, it's okay. Natsuki hugs Yuri. Well, maybe it's a good moment to take a break. Ad break is imminent. I will be right back. And I'm back again. Natsuki stands right in front of Yuri. I mean, hugs her. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is why yeah, it does look a little weird when she's like standing right in front of her like that. You may have noticed in any of my mods, whenever I depict a hug, I put the characters slightly to one side of the other. Sometimes this means I need to define extra positions in the code to get them into the right place. See, I did that in, let's see, sure. How many mods did I have group hugs in? Actually, most of them. Yeah, like Christmas with Monika. There was the one in Yuri's new toy. There's one in Gay Lesbian Club. There's one in Would You Love Me? Yeah, just redefining different positions to fit them in. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, at this point, you know, Yuri's distraught enough, I'd be worried that she'd be thinking of self-harming again. But, which would, you know, I dare say, it would be immensely hypocritical if she did. You know, she's trying to stop Natsuki from doing a habit that harms her, and then just turns around and does the same to herself. But don't mutually spiral to toxic Yuri. Yeah. Citrus, oh no. Yeah, I did. Sorry, you said toxic Yuri, as in the genre Yuri, and there was a Yuri anime which I started to watch and then I got turned off, called Citrus, and it's it depicts a very toxic relationship. That's like abusive, like one character repeatedly sexually assaults the other, and I guess we're supposed to be finding it hot or whatever, but it was just super uncomfortable. And like after it happened in the first episode, I thought, okay, well, hopefully this show is going to resolve it in some sort of healthy way in the next episode. And then the next episode it happened again, and I'm like, that's it, I'm not watching this again. And then I looked up reviews for it, and people are also complaining about that. I mean, I don't know, some people are into it or whatever, I guess, but it was just super uncomfortable to watch. So that's my toxic Yuri story there. Anyway, moving right along. Natsuki hugs Yuri. You did? Because you cared about me. I get that. I'm sorry I was so mad earlier. I shouldn't have been. I was just jonesing. Oh, this is another reason to quit. Stupid death sticks are causing me to rage at my girlfriend. So effing dumb. I wish to acknowledge that, while I agree that it would be best if you stopped smoking, I still feel it was wrong to take the cigarettes. I apologize. Well, where did she throw them out, though? I mean, could they still be recovered? Ah, babe, it's alright. Let's not let it create any more sadness than it already has, yeah? I love you big time no matter what, or no matter whether you trash my cigarettes or not, okay? And you. You really are the loveliest of people. Thank you for your generosity with me and my failings. You give so much every day. Favorite part of the scene for Yuri's character, though, is that Yuri does not for a second even dream of saying it was Fuyuki's idea. That thought crossed my mind. This could get so much worse if she did say it was Fuyuki's idea. And yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it is interesting that Yuri didn't say that. I mean, I suppose it does indicate something about her character. She wanted to take responsibility. Like, there for the entire duration of today's episode, there has been subtext that Yuri is feeling guilty about taking the cigarettes. you know, or maybe that's me reading into it. But like, there's a definite sense that she wanted to take responsibility for it and not blame someone else and say, oh, it was Fuyuki's idea. You know, like it's, you know what I mean? Like it's not in her character's motivations to try to put the blame on someone else. Anyway, moving on. Keep so much every day. Not like I don't got feelings of my own, babe. Man, I'm kind of worried now, though. About the cigarettes? About them finding out about us being together and living together. I don't know what to do about that. It sounds like the whole hall probably knows. How do you feel about it? I feel the same now as when we first came to this place. I am grateful for any opportunity, however brief, to stay under a roof with you. And even if it is doomed, I am grateful for what we have already had. I have always been skeptical that we would not eventually be found out, but I don't want to worry about that problem right now, or ever. As you said, we ought not to let the issue cause any more sadness. Let us enjoy our evening and each other's company. Just a reminder that each moment we have here is a precious jewel. Yeah, you're right. Aw. The wholesome end of that scene was a little at odds with the music by that point. Anyway. It can be hard to know where those music transitions should go, though. Sometimes, like, there's certain points in certain mods that I've made where I'm like, we've gone an uncomfortably long time without music here, but it's like there wasn't a ideal point to start the music again, and yeah. Anyway. Natsuki, who earlier in this episode literally shouted from the rooftops about her girlfriend bed. I think maybe the hall knows. I know, right? Anyway, what a day. What about the meeting with Kagami and all that? Is that about to happen? I'm presuming. Learn the importance of filler noise for when there's no music? Yeah, fair. Anyway. What a day. It feels like I get home and I feel like falling right asleep, but also I don't want to go to sleep. Well, I guess I could get some studying in first, and maybe play a game or two to wind down. He didn't say hi to the player like he did the last time he was present, or the way like Monika frequently does. Oh well. I'm gonna have to get up that early tomorrow after all. And there's a knocking sound. Yes, who is it? So MC is being blindsided here. He didn't know that Kagami was coming? Assuming this is Kagami showing up? And maybe Sayori? Probably both Kagami and Sayori? Anyway. It's me. Oh, come on in, Sayori, it's open. Uh-oh. Didn't even warn him that Kagami was with you. What are you doing here? Hey, I'm here for the same reason she is. The same... okay. And what reason is that? We want to talk to you about something important. He wouldn't have let her in otherwise. Hey, yeah. You both do? Like, together? What's this? What's that look accompanying that line? Okay, whatever. Yeah. Uh-oh. Kagami's hand is behind Sayori's. Even though Kagami is speaking. Z-order issue. Z-order alert. Zorder alert? I don't know. I know. It's like this is the kind of thing that I would not care about. I have plenty of Z-order issues in my later mods. Noisy? Yeah. I'll sweat all day? Yeah. Yeah. It was important to me at first for the first few mods I made, but then I just stopped caring about it at some point. Anyway. We've been talking about this. We're worried about you, both of us. Sayori nods. Worried about what? A lot of things. But you're clearly having some brain problems. I'm not having brain problems. You wake up panicking and have awful nightmares all the time. You have frequent panic attacks that both of us have noticed. You're not getting enough sleep, probably because you're having so many nightmares. That's definitely brain problems. But I'm pretty sure this is PTSD from when you found Sayori's suicide attempt. What gives you the right to bring that up in this conversation? I mean, yikes. Yeah, MC is shocked Sayori and Kagami would collaborate on anything? I mean, yeah. Forget that. How do you even know about that? I told her. Ugh, why? Because she cares about you. And I trust her about this. Look, wait, just sit down and hear us out for a minute. Does it really have to be right now? When I'm, burdened with additional literature club responsibilities this week? Oh, dang it. Totally forgot about that. I mean, well. MC's doing some extra stuff for the club. He's probably a little overworked. But this is important. Just listen to us for a little bit. Please? Alright, fine. Say what you have to say. We're gonna get the CG now? There it is. I mean, I knew there's a CG coming because this is featured very prominently on the video on the YouTube, the Club Meetings YouTube channel, and it's featured on the download page for this this week's episode. So yeah, I knew this was coming at some point. I knew there had to be scene where Sayori and Kagami come together. You know, he says it's a very good CG. It is indeed a very nice CG. And there's artwork in the background there. Can I like zoom in and enhance? Looks like a whole bunch of Slimo art, or AKA Tortilla Common art, AKA Spooky Waters art. Yeah, there you go. Like there's some like in the background there. I recognize some of these pieces. Like I remember the one with the wind is blowing and they're I can probably blow this up further, but yeah. Oh, my webcam image is in the way. Hold on. We're did the zoom in part, but not the enhanced part. Yeah, the Miss Ida artwork and even the Kenzo, the I am Kenuff image here. That's cute. Oh my oh, I'm not clicked on the. Sorry, I was trying to point to it with the mouse and I looked over and oh, you can't see the mouse cursor. That's because I'm not clicked on the window. What's this evil Sayori behind the TV here? With the angry eyebrows. Anyway. Okay, put this thing back here. Anyway. Yeah, like is the whole CG Slimo's work? Just trying to, you know, it is, yeah, cool. I know, Slimo, or Spooky Waters, whatever. I know you do a lot of your work by hand, like with pencil crayons and such, or you know, similar media, like not online. I mean, did the whole thing? Yeah, wow. This is digital? Okay. Yeah, I wondered about that. Because yeah, like a lot, like even these pictures up here, a lot of them were drawn by hand and then like scanned in. Neat stuff. Very cool. Very cool. Anyway, yeah. So MC says, "Say what you have to say." Well, it's pretty obvious my suicide attempt traumatized you. Yeah, those are just sized down photos of the traditional art. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I made the comment with the I am Kenuff shirt there. Like there's like reference to the Barbie movie. And I know you did the I am Ken-uff, like referring to Ken, the Ken character or characters from the Barbie movie. they're having their own identity crisis in that movie. And yeah, taking it and applying it to Kenzo was pretty cute. Anyway, moving on. Has my suicide attempt traumatized you? Sorry for that again. It's okay. No, it really isn't. I'm strong enough now to deal with the fact that it's not okay, and it made you not okay. Maybe other stuff also affected you. I don't know. What other stuff? I don't know. I'm just saying it's possible stuff besides me had something to do with it. But obviously I was the main thing. But anyway, it's really affecting you now. Like, it's affecting your health. We're worried about you. Yeah, we're worried about you enough to team up. I guess that is pretty surprising. You guys have never gotten along much. ... Don't change the subject. Don't you think you have PTSD? No, or at least I didn't before. Wait, really? Is he in that much denial? he's having panic attacks, which cause him to run into Sayori's room, and and that make him reluctant to sleep. And has he really not considered at all the possibility of having PTSD? Is he denying it to himself or just to them? Is he? Nah, I'm fine. Yeah. At least I didn't before. I just thought, Thought what? I thought it was just being a coward. Like, what happened with Sayori was really scary, but still being afraid all these years later, I just thought he wasn't being very courageous. You idiot, you're not a coward. You just took damage. Yeah, but I understand why he feels that way. I felt like a coward too. What do you mean? Well, my mom had really bad depression too, her whole life, just like me. But she always dealt with it in the end. She died being a hero, not because her depression beat her down. So then, when I always wanted to escape from my depression, I felt like a coward. You idiot. That's not cowardice, that's also just having damage. Neither of you are effing cowards. I know, but it feels like it. Right, MC? Yeah. Sorry, can I ask you something? Of course, anything. Do you remember when we were in the middle of high school and I stopped being around? Oh, we're getting into that now, are we? I'm sorry. Throat got rough all of a sudden. I'm gonna mute the mic for a second. Hold on. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're getting into this subject now. Remember when we were in the middle of high school and I stopped being around? Yes? Oh, his shut-in period. Yeah, that. Why did you keep following me around? Why did you still try to be my friend? Why are you still here now, even when I'm not able to walk 5 steps without freaking out? I feel so stupid for having a problem like this. Really? MC. Gosh darn it, MC. Well, that's just sad. Is he really blaming himself that much for being, traumatized by seeing Sayori's suicide? Like, that's gonna have effects on you, dude. And, I don't know, I mean, like, trying to run away from it and pretend that it's not a problem and it's pretending it doesn't exist isn't going to make it better. If anything, it makes it worse, really. I mean, Dr. House inflection. You idiot, yes. Exactly. Yeah, I sometimes feel like I should pick up Dr. House. I've seen bits of it from time to time. I have a former girlfriend who watched it back in the day, so I saw enough of it in passing to get an appreciation for it. Anyway, you're so stupid for having a problem like this. It feels ridiculous. You shouldn't have to put up with it. Well, the answer to all your questions is that I love you. I was your friend, and I am your friend. If you tried to shut yourself away, that wasn't going to stop me. But MC, listen to me, and listen to me and you right now. Doesn't it sound familiar? What do you mean? You've had this conversation before 100 times. It's just that usually it's the other way around. I guess that's true. You're a strong person. You support me. MC looks at Kagami. Yeah, you are a strong person. Sayori told me about some of the things you've done. Gave you a lot of shit, I know, but you should give yourself credit. You've done some hard things. You don't know, you weren't there. She knows. You don't know you're there. She knows. She knows what? About which part are you referring to here? She knows she's your sister. In some ways, she knows more than I do. You should give her credit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been shitty to you recently. I've been shitty to you too. Yeah, you have. Sorry. I don't like seeing you like this. I've always thought of you as being pretty tough. I'm not, really, especially compared to you. Nah, you are. I feel so weak, and I don't understand why. That was a long time ago, me finding you in your room. Why am I freaking out now? I don't know. I wish I knew. I think it's because Sayori's better. What? Why would that do anything? Well, it seems like you've been propping her up. You've had to be really strong for her, but now you don't have to be strong for her. That makes so much sense. I can stand on my own now. Most of the time, but I wasn't consciously thinking of any of this. Yeah, well, anxiety disorders don't really, you don't necessarily have to be consciously thinking them for them to affect you. Like I mentioned before, it's probably worth mentioning again. Like I didn't deal well with the pandemic. It's like I was already prone to anxiety, and after the pandemic started, it's like my background anxiety level went up. So it's like it's not even like I was consciously thinking, oh no, what if I get COVID? It's just the anxiety is just there. Like I feel like I have to breathe more frequently. It's harder to get to sleep. You know, all the effects that anxiety has. But it's not like I'm consciously thinking about COVID or whatever. It's just like an automatic thing. That's that's how like anxiety disorders are so they're so insidious. Like even when you're not consciously thinking of the thing that is the source of the anxiety, it still affects you. You know. Anyway, I wasn't consciously thinking of any of this. I'm not sure you'd have to be. You just see that I was relatively safe, and then I guess you'd feel you no longer had to hold me up, like dropping heavy weight. You're not a heavy weight. No. But helping me has been difficult for you sometimes. That can be true without me being a terrible burden. It has been nice to know you're okay. It's just stupid. That should make me less fearful, not more. It's not about fear. It's about the fact that you have an F-load of trauma, which you've never dealt with in any real way because you were too busy trying to help your girlfriend. Yeah, and now your girlfriend is going to help you. How? I think you ought to go to therapy. ... That's a long silence. He's being a guy about it. He's like, oh man, I don't need to go to therapy. That was my initial thought. You do need to go to effing therapy. You're having panic attacks. They can help you manage that shit, let alone the underlying problem. Yeah, it just feels weird. Weird how? I don't know, like it should be something I can manage myself. Such a guy about it. You're not supposed to be able to manage this yourself. Don't be all macho about it. Go to therapy. Remember how hard it was to get me to go to therapy? Yes. But it worked out for me, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's different for me. What, because you're a guy? She's just a weak, fragile girl who needs therapy while you're a big, strong man? No, It's not that she's weak. Oh my god, but you're definitely a big, strong man, right? It just feels weird. It's not weird. Something you need to be healthy. Like going to the doctor. Yeah, maybe so. So you're gonna set up an appointment? You know what? Yes. The good thing is that I already know a really good therapist. Sayori's. Oh, fun. You can go to the same therapist together. I mean, not necessarily together, but... Anyway, moving on. Oh, fun. He is really good. So you've been telling me. I'll give him a call tomorrow morning. Yay! So what now? Yeah, that was kind of easier than I expected. Plus, I feel like we should do something happy now. Do you want to watch a movie or something? Yeah, sure. I'll leave you guys alone. Really? You're gonna walk out after all that? Kagami, come on. Kagami, I thought I was gonna get to browbeat way more than that, yeah. Exactly. Wow, I hope this is almost over, because my throat is just... Oh. Yeah, it's like 5.5 hours in. Like, these DDLC streams take a lot out of my throat and voice and stuff. Like, even though I try to warm up beforehand and so on. Just over 90%? Oh, great. Man, I feel like I have to keep coughing. Like, maybe I'm experiencing an intolerance to something I ate. I did have a snack earlier. Anyway, moving on. If you want, why don't you stick around? Excuse me. I'd like to watch a movie with you, if you want. Me too. Okay. Alright. I guess that is a time skip to after the movie. That was fun. I'm glad you decided to stay, Kagami. And me too. That movie was super funny. But now I need to go do actual work. You sticking around here, Sayori? No, I wish I could. I have so much studying to do. Nah, I hear that. Well, come on, I'll walk you part of the way back. And you, MC, I'm going to check on tomorrow afternoon. Better have called the therapist by then. I will, for the 4th time. You don't need to hassle me. We'll see if I need to or not. Come on, Sayori. Bye, MC. Take care, bud. Love you. Love you. God, you guys are insufferable. Hi. Can feel you're here again. Sorry I had to see that. I wish it could have been more private. But I guess you know all about my issues anyway. I'm gonna save. So basically, or I can say didn't know they were that bad, or I can say not really. I mean, saying not really is inaccurate. Saying didn't know they were that bad is also doesn't seem that accurate. I mean, we like a big part of the crisis in season 1 was born of the fact that MC was freaking out over you know, Sayori's suicide. You know, it was like the whole reason that you know, Sayori went after Kenzo as a way of pushing MC away as a means to you know saving him or whatever. Not really for the guy who's asking about how the DDLC Plus stuff works. Exactly. just gonna click on basically. Yeah. You guys see most of the important stuff in here. I figured it'd have seen me freaking out. Wish it weren't so bad. Hate the idea of feeling like Sayori has to help pick me up. Feeling like a burden is awful. I guess I know what she felt like a little better now. I mean, yeah, Sayori's whole thing has been, like, worrying about being a burden to people, and therefore she doesn't want to tell them about depression. That's kind of a big part of her character. Also, I'm putting the elastics back on. I really am lucky to have such a woman by my side. She's amazing. I didn't want to talk to you about her. I wanted to talk to you about Monika. Oh, yeah? Specifically about this whole thing with her and Ryan. I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for supporting her in her life here. Oh? Okay. I didn't really do anything. I mostly just went on tangents during my streams and pontificating about things the characters need. Anyway. And specifically, not getting in the way with her and Ryan. Not getting in the way? I don't have the capacity to get in the way. Or are you responding to the fact that I, you know, encouraged her to do, you know, whatever she was going to do with them? Anyway. I'm assessing your choices that could not be undone throughout the season. Okay. So being the president makes him aware of all of the previous choices, even the ones when he wasn't present? That has some implications. And I mean, okay, well, I'm going to move on. Not getting in the way with her and Ryan. For years she's been stuck, fixing on what she has or doesn't have with you. It's honestly not healthy for her, as you know. But now she has at least the potential of this other guy. I mean, maybe he'll be a romantic option for her, maybe he won't, it's hard to say. But the point is, as long as she thought you were an option, she'd never consider it. And it would be terrible for her to miss out on the opportunity because she was fixating on something unattainable. She's been so unhappy sometimes. I don't know if you always see it, but she just gets that faraway look in her eyes, and it's really sad to watch. That's been changing recently. And in part, that's thanks to you. Okay. That's why I'm so grateful. You know, I don't play a lot of mods of our game myself, but a pretty common thing apparently is a feeling of wanting to save us from all the stuff that happens to us. Some of it is pretty obvious. Sayori hangs herself, Yuri stabs herself, Natsuki gets deleted, I maybe even don't really exist. But no one ever wants to save Monika from her unhealthy attachment. How about that? Imagine that. What if there was a mod that sought to do something like that? Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, are there any mods that seek to save Monika from her unhealthy attachment? What if there were such a mod? I mean, I think, I mean, I was gonna say, well, kind of all of my mods. I mean, I don't necessarily deliberately directly make that the focus of the mods, but that's something I've always tried to have in there. Because to be honest, the mask crowd, they kind of creep me out, if I'm honest. Like particularly like the people, the sort of people who talk about the mod without mentioning that they're talking about a mod. He kicks into our vodka now, and she's making it with Sayori losers. Yeah. But no, really, no. I've tried to keep that sort of through line in all the mods of you know, putting some distance between Monika and the player. Like, even Sayori Says No to Suicide, the bonus scene, the Just Monika scene that goes after the mod, she says, like, this is as close as I can get to you, so, you know, so don't wait for me. Like, I made a deliberate choice to have her say that, because just to, as a comment directed at those sorts of people who get obsessed with obsessed with this fictional character. I guess the main thing about DDLC modding that weirds me out is how many mods have the main point of the base game go completely over their head. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed the line there. Yeah, okay, player, this is a time for you to be contemplative about what's best for Monika. Yeah. Yeah, of course, is what the splash message was talking about. Oh yeah, what's best or what was the splash? What did the splash message say again? It was something about time to give back something that something about giving back something. I've already forgotten the exact wording. Anyway, moving on. Oh wait, not moving on. I'm trying to think of what other mods were there. I think, like, I want to say the mod by Diablo Graves, Magical Heroine Natsuki Saves the Literature Club. Sort of, well, it at least gestured in that direction, but I don't think. Yeah, Monika's section of that got kind of cut short a bit. It's a line from Sayori's episode 36 poem. Ah, okay. She still owed something she gave but never got back. Ah, okay. Something she gave but never got back. The thing being the favor of not keeping an unhealthy, unattainable attachment. Which is the base of Monika's base game heroism to me. The favor of not keeping an unhealthy, unattainable attachment. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's a good way to phrase it. Anyway, moving on. No one ever wants to save Monika from her unhealthy attachment, because no one wants to admit that it's unhealthy for someone to love them. Even someone that's a fictional character to you. Even if it's not your fault that it's unhealthy, but you've been able to help her so far. You and she are similar in that way, because she did the same thing for you a long time ago. If I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be, remember? Monika's strong like that. Or, if I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be. Anyway, Monika's strong like that. I'm really glad you're strong too. I hope you can keep helping her through it as time goes on. Anyway, I've been blabbing at you for a while though. Don't want to talk your ear off. I have my own problems to deal with now. Gotta figure out the number for the therapist, and I'm going to call tomorrow, or both my girlfriend and my sister will be on my case. And each of them is a handful by themselves. And I still don't feel like I want to go to bed because of the nightmares. But that's not your problem. The whole point is that it's not your problem. Take care of yourself, okay? I don't get many chances to talk to you. See you when I see you. Hey, that's all for now. So Monika is a cool, unique character among fourth wall aware characters. She's the only one who sees the problem and does something about it. Cool? Anyway, that's all for now. New backgrounds are by Minical. The track Ohio's Natsuki is by Tori, and all new backgrounds are from Minical. Ohio Natsuki? Is that the one that was playing at the restaurant? Anyway. Sayori and Kagami CG is by Slimo, aka Tortilla Common. Yep, that one. Yeah. It had to be the one song I didn't recognize that I hadn't heard before. Don't forget, you can still email Monika and the club at let.club.prez.monika@gmail.com. See you next time. And there you have it. That. Post-credit scene. Miss Ida is typing at a computer. Almost. The only way to know for sure is to turn it off. Is she messing around with the world.bat file? She was making references to the world.bat file in a way that suggested that she was able to access it, which seemed rather odd, because I thought that only the president can do that, but maybe Monika found some way to make it so that anyone could. I don't know. Anyway, that should do it. Structure should remain the same. Doesn't appear to be any risk, and I need to see if I could do this. It's not fair to Ria, and it's really And really, it's not fair to the rest of them. Oh, is she breaking Ria's time loop, perhaps? Is this possibly uh, the consequences of Monica's choices coming to bite her? You know, like all the times that she kept dodging Miss Ida, and while claiming that she's not dodging Miss Ida, and now Miss Ida has decided to take things into her own hands. Anyway, it's really not fair to the rest of them. What time is it? Oh, right, that clock has never actually worked. I actually can't remember it being so lonely in here since that day I was the only person who existed. Okay, have I triple checked everything? Yes. Here we go. Exterior connections. You can see the Sims default world.bat disabled. World.bat disabled? I mean, didn't we establish you told her not to put off this data, but did she listen? Yeah. I mean, we did establish in season 3 that if world.bat is disabled, the club president goes through unimaginable torment or whatever when the game is turned off. So, whoops. MC's kind of situation is getting about to get worsened, like right when he needs, right when he's about to pursue, talk to a therapist or whatever. So yeah, you made that comment earlier. It seems really contrived that MC's present now. Okay, yeah, I get it. He had to become present again for plot reasons. Yeah, it really made no logical sense for him to be made president at this point. But now I see that yes, it was incredibly contrived for contrivance. Sorry, hold on. It's like I had a whole mandatory unskippable sequence a season ago where I went out of my way to establish what happens in the situation. Yeah. Let's see, phew, man, I guess I've had a psychological low point here, but things are on the up and up, like colors. As it was not contrived for plot reasons, there was a good in-universe reason why it was arranged, although also for plot reasons. There was a good in-universe reason why it was arranged? If there was, I didn't see it. As far as I can tell, it didn't make any sense on any level. Maybe there's something I'm missing. But in the content of the dialogue which I read, it didn't seem like there was. Anyway, well, we'll have to see how that plays out, I guess. You did notice the hint as to it? Okay. Yes, indeed. Well, we'll see. Anyway, yeah, lots of Tormuse tangents today. Tormuse tangents trademarks today. Get lots of alliteration in there. Part of the experience trademark. Yeah. All right. I just I don't know. I did want to talk about that whole subject of ending things and the emotional baggage that accompanies that, and the whole notion of creative projects, figuring out how to move on from them, and like what to there is a kind of void that appears when you finish a creative project. I think back to like back in 2020 when I released Storm, or I guess, was it last year that I released Turquoise? I suppose so. It's been a year and a half. Was it 2024? I guess so. I think last year. I think, yeah. Yeah, what was I saying? Um, yeah, like I think back to the release of those mods, and it's like, okay, it's just it's just a matter of like okay, it's done now. I don't have to do it myself. Just waiting for feedback to come in and get whatever dopamine hit I can get from from hearing people's thoughts on the mod and so on. Yeah, April 16, 2024. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Cool. Um, yeah. Sadly, Turquoise didn't get as much attention as Storm, which I mean, sadly, because I feel like I feel like Turquoise is the stronger work in my opinion. That could just be some recency bias. Like my older work uh, feels less polished in comparison, I guess. I don't know. There's still plenty to be pleased about in Storm, but it's like yeah, I don't know how much of it is like it got less attention because maybe it got less attention because there's a same-sex pairing in it, or maybe it's just because DDLC isn't as popular as it once was. I mean, I released Doki Doki Storm in 2020. Uh, all, that was also 2020 was also before the whole Carl debacle happened, so that was before a good chunk of the community left over and discussed over that whole incident. I don't know how big a community chunk. I don't know, but I feel like Turquoise is probably the stronger work, but I actually subjectively like Storm better just because I like its themes more personally resonant. Okay, that's fair. Although in the mod where Monika and Sai turn to worms to mate, I was like, wow, how does he know the issues relevant to my life so well? Ha ha ha, yeah. It was accidental mating. Um, sort of. Anyway. Um, yeah, what was I saying? But yeah, no, like yeah, back in 2020 when Storm came out, like it was 3 years after. It was 3 years after TDLC came out, whereas Turquoise was like 8 years after it came out. So there's a considerable jump in the amount of time, and like the modding community just isn't as popular as it once was when this first came out. Uh, so I guess I have to expect that there's less attention on the mod. Yeah, it would. I don't know. It would be nice if there were more like let's play videos of Turquoise out there. Is all I would say. I do enjoy seeing other people's reactions to it. There are like buttloads of Storm reactions out there, but only a few Turquoise ones. uh, Oh well. Except when we turn into worms, it's up to we see where that goes. Sure. Should have fly blocked it? Yeah. It's fine. you gave good feedback. It's all good. I was posting some of my reactions as I went along, but not a full live blog. Yeah, it's fine. No, your reactions were fine. It's all good. I'm not. I like to flatter myself. I'm not that needy that I felt a need for a full live blog or video series or whatever. It's just one of those things that's like, it would have been nice. But whatever. Anyway, let's see about who to raid. I'm thinking of raiding Sylph again. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, you stuck out for the whole thing. Wow, 6 hours. Yeah, I appreciate you being here, Crazy Kelly. Thank you. It's great to have the developer log. It's cool, even though your ability to comment is limited by my insistence on no spoilers or whatever. And I can imagine that you might make things make things difficult at times. If there are things you want to say or comment on or whatever. Um, and oh, Pixel 3 is playing Keen Dreams. Oh man. Ooh. Mm. You know what? I was thinking of. I was thinking of rating Sylph as I have done before, but you know what? I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna rate Pixel Turkey. She's someone who does retro games, and she's playing a game from my childhood. The Commander Keen series of games. It's like a beloved series from my childhood, and she's playing the lost, little known episode of Commander Keen, which is it's a fun, silly one. So yeah, total genre change happening, but she's cool. She's not necessarily the most adept at gaming, but she's very persistent and somehow manages to keep her cool. No matter the challenge she's facing, no matter how many times she has to do it, she just has a very chill, cool atmosphere in her streams, and it's cool. Anyway, I'm gonna click Start Raid and just make sure this works. Okay. She's considerably larger streamer than I am. I generally sort of try to keep to rating smaller streamers, but it seems like a good opportunity. Anyway, yeah, neat stuff from today's episode. Lots of interesting discussions. Very cool. Looking forward to getting this cast off. 3 days from now. Woohoo! There's one last thing before I go. There's having restricted to being only doing things with one hand. A lot of things come up you might not expect. You know, it's little things. It's like logistical things. Like, if I want to carry a cup of something to the kitchen, I have to plan it out. I have to cross the room to open the door, then come back and pick up the cup and go out there. It seems like a little thing, but it's just lots of little things add up like that, make everything take longer. Because if I had two hands available, I would hold the object in one hand and open the door with the other. But I can't do that with the other one. I have to put it down and to open the door. I don't know. It's lots of little things like that just add up. But anyway, enough rambling for me. That's enough. That's all for now. Until next time.